When you look at this, what do you see? To me, this is one of the most beautiful, fascinating, and frustrating things I've ever seen. That's because I'm a mathematician, and these hypnotizing curlicues have haunted people like me for 150 years. What we're looking at is a glimpse of the Riemann hypothesis. It's one of the most important, if not the most important, unsolved problems in all of mathematics. You may have heard about the Riemann hypothesis because it's one of the millennium problems of the Clay Institute. What that means is that the person who solves it not only achieves immortality in mathematics, but also wins a $1 million prize. But there are other reasons to care about the enigma that is the Riemann hypothesis. If the hypothesis is true, it would solve a mystery as old as math itself. That is, the mystery of the prime numbers. Countless theorems in fields as far apart as cryptography and quantum physics assume that the Riemann hypothesis is true, which means that we have a lot riding on this single unproven statement. So what is it? What is the Riemann hypothesis? Why has the search for a proof become something of a holy grail for mathematicians? And what do these strange curlicues have to do with all of this? My name is Alex Kantarovich, and I'm a professor of mathematics. I'll serve as your guide as we explore the Riemann hypothesis. In order to build a somewhat sophisticated understanding of this hypothesis, what I'm going to try to do is mention some slightly advanced concepts. Now, you don't need an advanced degree in mathematics to go on this journey with me. What I'm going to do is try to lay the groundwork, step by step, in a visual and intuitive way. So, to begin, let's venture into the chaotic and elusive universe of prime numbers. This is Factor City, where the primes are literally the building blocks of all numbers. Now, every whole number is a building, and it's been constructed out of its primes. The one-story houses are exactly the primes. Now, thanks to the ancient Greek Euclid of Alexandria, we know that the one-story buildings keep going on forever, if you can walk that far. But, depending on where you're standing, you might want to know, how many one-story buildings do you see around you? This is what we want to understand about the prime numbers and what we currently don't. You see, the prime numbers seem to just pop up randomly among the natural numbers, all the way out to infinity. In the late 1700s, mathematicians were really starting to wonder whether it was possible to predict the places where primes would appear. Now, a teenage boy named Carl Friedrich Gauss was especially obsessed with taming the primes. He calculated massive tables of primes, going all the way up to 3 million, and looked for patterns. We can see the data that Gauss collected on the prime numbers by using something we'll call the prime counting function. The graph of that function will show us exactly where the prime numbers appear as the numbers get bigger and bigger. So the graph stays flat until you hit a prime, and at that point it jumps up by 1. Here's what the graph looks like out to 10, and out to 100, and now out to 3 million, as far as Gauss went. At this scale, those bumps we saw early on have smoothed out, leaving a pretty pleasant curve. When Gauss looked at this data, he asked himself, is there some other function that I know that has pretty much the same graph? Now, as luck would have it, at around the same time, Gauss was also playing around with logarithm functions. You might remember that a logarithm is a function that undoes exponentiation, much in the same way as division undoes multiplication. What Gauss noticed was that the graph of something called the logarithmic integral function, that's a function whose slope is 1 over log x, looked suspiciously similar to the graph of the prime counting function. Here's what they look like together. You can see why Gauss made the connection. At this scale, they're so close, you can't even distinguish them. To understand what the slope of 1 over log x has to do with prime numbers, let's pay another visit to Factor City. What Gauss imagined was that if you're standing at address x, and you look left and you look right, the proportion of one-story buildings, that is primes, that you would see around you is roughly the same as 1 over log x. This suspicion became known as Gauss's conjecture. After Gauss formulated this conjecture, his student Bernard Riemann went on to do something absolutely incredible with it. But to understand what Riemann did, we first have to go back in time a little bit to meet someone else. This is Leonhard Euler, one of the world's first students of calculus. Later on in his life, he wrote many influential textbooks and standardized the modern math notation that we still use to this day. If you've ever written something in standard function notation, like y equals f of x, well, you can thank, or perhaps blame, Leonhard Euler. In Euler's time, mathematicians were trying to understand the general structure of infinite series. What that means is you're trying to add up an infinite sequence of numbers, like 1, a half, a quarter, an eighth, and so on forever. Sometimes that total sum is a finite number, which we then call a limit. If a series has a limit, we would say that the series itself is convergent. In this series, our limit is 2. On the other hand, if we were to add, let's say, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 forever, well, that sum would eventually become larger than any finite number. And so we would say that that series is divergent. Sometimes it can be rather tricky to tell if a given series converges or not. So for example, this series, which is called the harmonic series, turns out actually diverges, even though the terms themselves are getting smaller and smaller. This is really rather not obvious, and takes some mathematical gymnastics to verify. Now what about this series, the sum of 1 over the squares of all the positive integers? It wasn't hard for mathematicians to show that this series does indeed converge, but the question was, what is the exact limit? Euler shot to mathematical superstardom when he solved this problem. What he realized and proved is that the limit is pi squared over 6. Isn't that weird? What in the world does pi have to do with the squares? Well, that's another story for another time. So, full of adrenaline from his early victory, Euler kept going. He found the limits of the sum of 1 over the positive integers to the 4th power, and to the 6th power, and to the 8th power. Now let's try to study all these series at once. Let's write s for that exponent. When we do this, we define what's called the zeta function. In other words, zeta of 2 is the sum of 1 over the squares, and zeta of 4 is the sum of 1 over the 4th powers, and so on. Euler proved that all of these converge, but only when s is greater than 1. But here's where things got really interesting. Euler discovered that the zeta function could be expressed as an infinite product, one for each prime number, of an infinite series. Here's what you do. For each prime number, you add up 1 over all the powers of that prime to the x. If you multiply all those series over all the prime numbers, you get the zeta function. Euler's discovery hinted at an intimate connection between the zeta function and prime numbers, but it would take another 100 years for the full meaning to reveal itself. And that's when our friend Bernard Riemann would make a major breakthrough in prime number theory. And that breakthrough would potentially allow us, for the first time, to understand the profound mysteries of prime numbers. So Riemann, He's born in 1826 in modern-day Germany. He's an absolutely spectacular and innovative, prolific mathematician, and among other things, his novel approach to geometry actually lays the mathematical groundwork for Einstein's theory of relativity. Riemann was also one of the founders of complex analysis, which is a branch of math that studies functions with complex inputs and outputs. And he realized he might have something new to say if he studied from that point of view Euler's zeta function. You might remember that the square of any real number is positive, so 2 squared is 4, but negative 2 squared is also 4. So there is no number whose square is negative 1. It turns out that it's really rather useful for mathematicians to have a number whose square is negative 1. So what did we do? We just made one up. We called it I for imaginary. So whenever you see I squared, what that means is you should replace it with negative 1. This means that any real multiple of I, like 3i or 2i, these are all imaginary cousins of the real numbers. When you take combinations of real numbers and imaginary numbers, you get something we call a complex number. Complex numbers might look like 2 numbers, but they're actually just one number expressed as 2 parts, the real part and the imaginary. The thing is, these imaginary and complex numbers, they aren't imaginary at all. They're just the natural extension of our usual number system from 1 dimension to 2. They're plotted in what we call the complex plane, with the real part going left to right and the imaginary part up to down. Once you have these complex numbers, you can study complex functions. That is, functions with inputs and outputs living in the complex plane. And so, armed with the power of complex analysis, Riemann opened up a whole new perspective on the world of mathematics. Riemann wondered, what would happen if you allowed the zeta function to take complex inputs? That is, he allowed s to be a complex number. So let's take the complex exponent s equals 2 plus 3i, for example. We can plug it into zeta, and the function will look like this. Now, if we add each term one at a time in the complex plane, we can see how the series begins to spiral beautifully. So, Riemann had successfully accomplished what he set out to do. He extended the zeta function to the complex plane. But just like Euler, Riemann found that the function only converged when the real part of s was greater than 1. Now Riemann had a brilliant idea. He realized it was possible to extend the zeta function to the rest of the complex plane. Riemann used a technique called analytic continuation, which allowed him to break open the hidden potential of the zeta function. Now, analytic continuation is an advanced concept in complex analysis, but it's possible to make sense of it intuitively. You can think of it as a logical problem-solving method to extend the domain of a function. In order for Riemann to fill in the missing part of the domain in Euler's zeta function, he had to create a brand new function. This function would take the same values as the zeta function, where they both converge, but it had to make sense everywhere else on the plane too. So the secret to analytic continuation is that there are really 2 functions that work at once. One is the original zeta function, which has limited scope. But the other is this new function, the Riemann zeta function, which extends beyond the domain that Euler defined. Remember this? Now we can take a closer look at it and finally begin to understand its mysteries. You see, when Riemann extended the domain of the zeta function, something kind of amazing happened. In the new territory that Riemann uncovered, suddenly the zeta function can be seen crossing through the origin. What that means is, for some inputs, the zeta function evaluates to 0. We call these places the zeta zeros. Some of the zeta zeros are easy to explain. When you input a negative even integer, the zeta function equals 0. But we don't need to worry about these so-called trivial zeros. It's the non-trivial zeros that we need to talk about. These other zeta zeros exhibit a very compelling pattern, and that pattern is the central theme of the Riemann hypothesis. All of the non-trivial zeros lie inside a single region called the critical strip. This is where the real part of s is between 0 and 1. Riemann proved that there are infinitely many zeros to be found in this critical strip. But here is the most important takeaway from Riemann's groundbreaking 1859 paper. Riemann hypothesized that all of the non-trivial zeros will lie not just somewhere in the strip, but on a single vertical line, smack dab in the middle. We call this the critical line, which is where the real part of s is exactly 1/2. This is exactly the hypothesis that now bears Riemann's name and the $1 million bounty. Now at this point, you might be wondering, why does the location of these non-trivial zeros matter? And what does all of this have to do with prime numbers? I don't blame you. Let me show you exactly why Riemann's hypothesis is of such profound consequence to number theory. And let me do so by sharing Riemann's final discovery. Remember Gauss's prime counting function from the very beginning of the video? Well, for technical reasons, we're going to slightly modify it right now, but don't worry, we'll preserve the essence of the function. Instead of stepping up by 1 every time we see a new prime number, which we'll call p, let us step up by log p. And we'll also do the same when we encounter p squared, and p cubed, and p to the 4th, and so on. So let me try to explain why we're doing all of this. Riemann found a surprising connection between this modification of Gauss's conjecture and his new zeta function. He discovered a wave that corresponds to the zeta function at s equals 1, and showed that Gauss's conjecture would follow if only you could show that this wave was the fundamental frequency, which means that it more and more closely approximates the prime counting function as they both grow to infinity. So here's what the prime counting function looks like with that wave that Riemann discovered. Riemann realized that the zeta zeros were exactly what he needed to adjust this straight line to match the jagged counting function. Every time he added a zeta zero, it contributed a harmonic. Here's what the first harmonic looks like when we add it on. It ever so gently tries to smooth out the wiggles of the modified prime counting function. What happens when we plug in the second zeta zero? A little better, right? What about the first 10? Or the first 30? Or the first 60? You get the point. Riemann was able to rigorously prove that if you add up all the harmonics of the zeta zeros, all infinitely many of them, you get a perfect match to Gauss's modified prime counting function. So, Riemann's hypothesis showed that the distribution of prime numbers can in fact be predicted. The location of prime numbers is profoundly connected to the location of these non-trivial zeta zeros. This means that if the Riemann hypothesis is indeed true, it would tell us everything we could possibly have a right to know about the distribution of prime numbers. Needless to say, Riemann was unable to prove the full hypothesis. In other words, neither he nor anyone since has been able to show that every single non-trivial zeta zero lies on that critical line. At one point, a massive computing project checked over 1 billion non-trivial zeta zeros every single day. The computer was looking for a single errant zero. If it found just one, then the Riemann hypothesis would fall apart. In the end, of the 10 trillion zeros that the computer checked, every single one was on the critical line. But if you see a pattern holding again and again and again, it's still impossible for machines to check it all the way to infinity. So brute force computation will never resolve the Riemann hypothesis. That means there's still only one way to be sure of it, and it's the same way that the ancient Greeks did their math. Rigorous, absolute mathematical proof.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage.
Iceberg charts. You know them. They got the popular information at the top and the more obscure and unknown information at the bottom. Today, I'll be showing you an iceberg chart about the universe. Pretty big topic, I know, so let's get started. If you live on Earth and you're a human, chances are you've probably heard of or even seen a star. If you haven't, stars are basically huge balls of plasma constantly undergoing fusion, which creates a ton of energy and light and radiation. planet you're most likely on, the Earth is actually orbiting around a star that we call the Sun, which technically doesn't look like this. Yeah, NASA, we get it. The Sun isn't technically orange and yellow. Now, can you please shut the fuck? Once you put enough of these stars together, you get galaxies are basically groups of stars and some other stuff, which in most cases are orbiting around a supermassive black hole, we think. They're pretty big. There isn't much more to say. You probably already know all this, so let's just move on. Now, chances are, if you went to school, you probably have at least heard about the Big Bang. The Big Bang is a theory that the universe stems from a tiny little speck of super high-pressure matter, which immediately expanded into what we call the universe, and I'll talk more about this later. Gravity is a natural phenomenon that brings everything, matter and energy, together. If you are a thing in the universe, you'll likely experience this natural phenomenon before. In fact, you're probably experiencing it right now. Fun fact, you are not only being attracted by Earth, but you're also attracting Earth to you, since all matter has gravitational pull. The speed of light is a physical constant of 300 million meters a second. The speed, it's actually 299,792,458 meters a second. Right, anyway, the speed of light is, according to special relativity, the highest speed that matter, energy, and information can travel. This means that no matter how hard you try, with our current understanding of physics, you cannot go faster than this. Because information travels at the speed of light and the universe has only been around for about 13.8 billion years, this means that there are parts of the universe that are so far that it would take light longer than the universe has existed to reach us. This spherical region that has had time to reach us is called the observable universe. Remember that Big Bang thing I talked about earlier? Turns out it's not actually an explosion, it's more like the expansion of the entire universe itself. When we think about the Big Bang, we have to think about a Big Bang. Matter condensed to a tiny little state and then exploding out into the universe. But actually, the Big Bang was the entire universe itself, and it was the universe that expanded enormously, causing the Big Bang. The universe is still expanding to this state, but it's not an expansion in the sense that the universe is increasing in size with the middle, no. That would be way too simple and convenient. Instead, look at it like this. Imagine a balloon with points drawn onto it. Now imagine that you are a two-dimensional being on this balloon. When looking at these points, you would see every point expand away from each other. Oh, and did I mention that the universe expands faster than the speed of light? Atoms are the smallest unit of matter. In case you weren't aware, every physical thing in your daily life is made of atoms. All atoms have a nucleus and some electrons orbiting around it. The nucleus itself is made of protons and neutrons, and by changing the nucleus, you can get different atoms. If you combine these atoms, you can get different molecules and chemical compounds. The word atom originally means indivisible particle, but as it turns out, that is not the case. Subatomic particles are particles even smaller than the atoms. The neutrons and protons we talked about are subatomic particles, but the neutrons and protons themselves are actually made of quarks. There are 6 total flavors. Yes, they're called flavors of quarks, but there are also some leptons, gauge bosons, and Higgs bosons. Anyway, they're small, that's all you gotta remember. Let's zoom out a little from the subatomic particles and, oh no, we zoomed out too fast and accidentally created a black hole. But what even is a black hole? Well, a black hole is a small little region of space that weighs so much and is so dense that gravity is so strong that nothing can escape from it. Now I know what you're thinking. Yeah, that's fine, but what is it? Is it a hole? Is it just a really dense sphere of stuff? Well, according to general relativity, we have what is called a gravitational singularity. Imagine not a black sphere of matter, but a point, a single dot in space that has infinite mass and gravitational field. You might say, well, that defies the laws of normal spacetime. And yeah, you're right, it does. When you look at a black hole, you actually see the event horizon, which is the area where light cannot escape, not the black hole itself. Also, if you jump into a black hole, you will get stretched out. This is, and I'm not even kidding, called spaghettification. But how does a black hole appear? Well, once stars spin out, the energy of the fusion it was creating is no longer keeping it from imploding, and the star implodes into one of 3 stellar remnants, a white dwarf, a black hole, or a neutron star. If the star that imploded has about 10 to 25 solar masses, it becomes a neutron star. Excluding black holes, they are the densest stellar object we know of. Neutron stars have incredible properties, the craziest of which is the fact that the inner crust of a neutron star is called nuclear pasta. You probably already know about the planets of the inner and outer solar system, but it may surprise you to hear that there are actually a ton of other objects in our solar system. Objects that are further than Neptune are called trans-Neptunian objects. The most popular of these is the exoplanet Pluto, but there's also the dwarf planets Iris, which is more massive than Pluto, Haumea, which is formed like a potato, and Makemake, which has an average temperature of 40 Kelvin. And the last 2 were discovered in 2004 and 2005. The theory of relativity is a theory that you have likely heard about before. The theory of relativity is comprised of the special relativity theory and the general relativity theory. Let's start with special relativity. Special relativity is based on 2 postulates. 1. All of physics are identical for all frames of reference if they are in constant speed. Imagine you're on a train. When the train starts, you can feel that you're pushed back into your seat, but once the train is at a constant speed, you're not really being pushed around. What you feel is not the speed of the train, but instead the acceleration of the train. Right now, you're on the surface of the Earth. At the equator of the Earth's rotation is about 1,670 kilometers per hour, but because the speed of the Earth's rotation isn't changing, you don't feel it. 2. The speed of light in vacuum is identical for all observers regardless of how the source is moving. Explaining this postulate is long and complicated. Basically, the speed of light is a constant, and this was revolutionary at the time. Here's a full explanation. If you're interested, you can pause the video and read it. Oh, and by the way, this violates Newtonian physics, because why not? The second theory of relativity is the general relativity theory. The general relativity describes gravity and is our current interpretation of gravity in modern physics. The general relativity theory essentially states that space-time curves when there's matter, energy, and momentum, creating gravity. So apparently, scientists were looking around in space and were like, it looks like there should be around 5 times more matter here, otherwise the galaxy would just fly apart. Maybe there's actually matter, but we can't see it. What are you trying to say? Maybe this matter we can't see is in a way dark, so we can't see the matter. No, what the hell are you talking about? So a new theory was born. Dark matter is thought to account for about 85% of all matter in the universe, and is more of a theoretical type of matter rather than an actual one we've discovered. If it does exist, it is a form of matter that pretty much only interacts with radiation and other matter through gravity, making it fairly exceptional and unexplainable. Dark matter is not to be confused with... The theory of dark energy, similar to the theory of dark matter, seeks to give an explanation to the missing energy in the universe. Dark energy is said to contribute to 69% of all energy in the observable universe, and unlike dark matter, we have observed evidence of its existence from measurements of supernova. You've probably already heard of antimatter before. It's often mentioned in science fiction, but what is it? Well, antimatter is matter composed of antiparticles. I'm kidding, I know this isn't very descriptive. Look at it like this. Every particle has an antiparticle with the exact same mass, but with opposite charge. But what does it have to do with antimatter? Well, as I said earlier, antimatter is matter made exclusively out of these antiparticles. But here's the cool stuff. When a particle comes in contact with this antiparticle, a ton of energy is released. This explosion is remarkable because the amount of energy released proportional to its mass is the highest amount we have ever observed. To understand why it's remarkable, you must first understand E equals mc squared. You've likely seen this equation before, and it basically states that all mass equals an amount of energy. This means that, in theory, 1 kilogram will always be equal to an amount of energy, regardless of where that mass comes from. This means that 1 kilogram of dirt and 1 kilogram of enriched uranium is equal to, on paper, the exact same amount of energy. The only reason why enriched uranium is what we're using to power our light bulbs is because it has certain properties that makes it easier to do so, but that's it. That is, in this context, the only thing that separates the two. The big challenge when it comes to generating electricity is that it is hard to extract energy out of matter. We typically end up with very small amounts of energy compared to the amount of mass we put in. Let's take coal for example. 1 kilogram of coal is back the equivalent of this much kilograms of energy, which means that about this percent of its mass gets converted into energy. That's a lot of zeros. Uranium has an efficiency of 0.1%, which although much higher, is still not much mass getting converted into energy. This is why antimatter is interesting, because it has an efficiency of 100%. But unfortunately, it currently requires way more energy to make antimatter than you get out of it. Wormholes are a theoretical structure or hole which connects different points in space. When we think of the universe, we are thinking of some flat plane or some three-dimensional fluid arcs, but that might not be the case. If the wormhole theory is correct, a wormhole would be able to bend space-time in the fourth dimension. But since it can be pretty hard to imagine a four-dimensional universe, let's imagine that the universe as we perceive it is two-dimensional instead of three-dimensional. Let's say that we have 2 points and we want to travel from here to here. But that's a pretty far trip. Luckily, scientists in this universe have been able to create a wormhole, and in this theoretical example, the wormholes essentially bend the universe into the third dimension, like so, connecting 2 points. From our perspective, since we see the universe in 2 dimensions, it will look like a tube has appeared, basically transporting us to the other side of the universe. If you add one more dimension, you have a simplified version of the wormhole theory. Cosmological epochs are a way to divide the history of the universe into different epochs. As we talked about earlier, the universe began with the Big Bang. Here begins the first epoch. In the beginning we had the very early universe, which itself is comprised of 6 epochs. The very early universe was very weird and the fundamental forces of the universe were combined together. At this point, we're in the early universe. The universe is full of super hot quark plasma, and the quarks turn into protons and neutrons. After approximately 2 minutes, nuclear fusion starts to occur and protons and neutrons are making new atoms. Then, not much. After about 100,000 years, the temperature finally allowed some of the first molecules to be formed, and for the next 200 to 300 million years, the universe would be in what we call the Dark Ages, right until the first stars started to appear, which meant the creation of a ton of new different molecules. After about 700 million years, the first galaxies started to pop up, and among these were ours, the Milky Way. About 9.2 billion years after the Big Bang, our sun was born, and the rest is history. What a story, huh? But what happened before and after the Big Bang? Well, the truth is, no one knows what happened before the Big Bang, and we can only guess what will happen in the very distant future. There are lots of different guesses as to what could happen. Let's go through them. The first is that the expansion of the universe will eventually reverse. This theory is called the Big Crunch, and it essentially states that our universe will contract all the way back and the Big Bang will repeat. A more specific version of the Big Crunch is the Big Bounce theory, which says that this sequence will repeat indefinitely. The second, more widely accepted theory of the universe is that the universe won't start contracting. This can either mean one or two things. One, the universe will keep expanding at an ever-increasing rate like it does right now, and eventually events like the Big Rip will occur where the universe will expand so much that all matter down to the quantum scale will be ripped apart. Also, the Big Freeze, where the expansion of the universe will gradually slow down until all energy in the universe will be evenly distributed. Motion and activity generally means that energy is being transferred from one object to another, but since all energy is evenly distributed, nothing can happen, and the universe will just be particles floating in space. This theory is also known as the universe heat death. Let's say we have 2 objects, and they have a total energy of 10 energy units. Now, let's say that the energy units are distributed randomly between them. If each energy unit has a 50% chance of being in either one of the objects, then odds are they will probably be somewhat evenly distributed. In other words, the chance of one object having all the energy is low. The larger the objects are, and the higher the amount of energy is, the more likely they are to be evenly distributed. If you have a mug of coffee and some ice next to it, then through simple probability, the energy will move towards an even distribution. This force is in reality just a result of randomness and probability, and has a large impact on our universe. Pulsars are stars, typically neutron stars, that emit radiation from their magnetic poles. Pulsars form the core of the star is about to be collapsed into a neutron star. The star's angular momentum is retained by the forming neutron star, but since the neutron star is way smaller, it has an enormously high rotation speed. How fast does it rotate? Well, let's have a look. The fastest spinning pulsar is PSR J174824468. It rotates 716 times per second. Because pulsars, think about that for a second. A star rotating 716 times per second. I can't even give this video enough frames per second to show you just how fast that is. Anyway, because if you stood on the surface of this neutron star, you'd be going 70,000 kilometers per second. That's 24% the speed of light. Yeah. So, as I was about to say, because pulsars are very magnetic and compact, their high rotation speeds create beams of electromagnetic radiation, a highly radioactive ray. Speaking of which, gamma ray bursts are a ray of extremely energetic electromagnetic radiation. Gamma ray bursts typically come from either a black hole or a neutron star, like we talked about earlier. If a gamma ray burst were to hit the Earth, it's safe to say the consequences would not be so. We would all die. Quantum mechanics are notoriously hard to understand. Later in this video, I will talk about some effects and observations about quantum mechanics. So all you gotta know for now is that quantum mechanics is the science of what goes on in the realm of the super small. We're not talking regular small here, we're talking sizes smaller than atoms. Turns out, things get pretty weird once you reach that scale, and quantum mechanics is the science of what goes on in there. Basic principles of quantum mechanics and what makes it weird are a couple of different things. First of all, you cannot describe the location of a particle with certainty. You have a margin of error, and this margin of error is called the uncertainty principle, and has some pretty weird effects. Second of all, particles and their positions are, on the quantum scale, weird to say the least. Particles behave both like a wave and a particle. This is pretty complicated and weird, but the most notorious and, in my opinion, best example of this is the double slit experiment. Let's say we have a screen with two slits. Now, when I light two of these slits, we'll see a wave-like pattern emerge on the other side. Yeah, but that's not quantum mechanics, that's just light. Right, have some patience, will you? Anyway, let's do the same, but this time let's do it with some grains of sand. Each grain of sand will either go from slit 1 or slit 2. And we will see two piles of sand emerge. Please, just jump off. Alright, are you following? Let's say we have a sort of atom gun that can throw individual atoms at a time. If we repeat this experiment, but we block off one of the slits, we can see the atoms spread out like this. So far so good, that's normal, that's fine. Alright, now let's open the other slit again, and what? This is the same interference that we got with light. So basically, the particles move like particles when we have one slit, move like waves when we have a second slit. Okay. Okay, how can they move like waves when they're individual particles? So let's try launching one atom at a time. And this time, we put a detector on one of the slits that goes off every time we detect a particle. Alright, yeah, looks like pretty much half of the atoms travel to the other slit of each should, which means the other slit got to the other half of the particle. Now let's have a look at where the atoms— what the fuck? Now the particles move like they should. So, when we don't observe them, the particles move like waves, but when we do observe them, they move like particles? Okay. Well, what if we trick the atom and leave the detector there? But this time we turn it off, so they would go through the detector, but we won't actually observe them. I mean, surely they would still behave like a particle and not light unless they were essential. What the basically, particles move like waves and not like particles, but the moment we start observing them, those bastards start behaving and move like particles like they should. Now, you might be asking yourself, okay, where's the conclusion? Why does this happen? What's the punchline? And the truth is, we have absolutely no quantum mechanics, however, with different theories and interpretations of quantum mechanics. Let's have a look at some of those. So, quantum mechanics are weird, there are a bunch of different interpretations of quantum mechanics. Let's start with the 1. Copenhagen interpretation. Copenhagen interpretation essentially states that particles travel like waves until they hit something, in which case they collapse back into the particle. The theory also explains the results of the double slit experiment I explained earlier. As soon as the particle hits something, it collapses from a wave into a particle. The Copenhagen interpretation is the most widely taught explanation of quantum mechanics. But one question remains unanswered. How does it collapse from a wave into a particle? 2. The many worlds interpretation. Unlike the Copenhagen interpretation, the many worlds interpretation says that the particles don't collapse from waves to particles when measured, but instead, all possible outcomes of the particle's location happens in different timelines. This is pretty complex, but has some potentially wild implications. These two interpretations are currently the most popular interpretations of quantum mechanics, but there are also some more obscure ones, like hidden variable theories, which state that the quantum entanglement can't be possible. And then we also have cubism, also known under the more boring name quantum fatalism. We have quantum Darwinism, transactional interpretation, and a lot more that I won't get into. One of the big difficulties with quantum mechanics has been trying to link the world of quantum mechanics with the rest of physics. If you one day succeed and find a theory that works in both the quantum world and the classical world, you'll have a theory of everything. String theory is an attempt at just that. Here's an introduction. The nucleus of an atom is made of protons and neutrons. Protons and neutrons are made from quarks. But then what? What is the quark made of? Well, string theory proposes that we could see particles not as colorful balls as they're often depicted as, but instead as strings. When we talk about particles, we often talk about them like they're points. But that doesn't really work well with mathematics. But what is more complicated than a zero-dimensional point? A one-dimensional line. A string. And this is where the idea of string theory comes from. Under the theory, particles will be strings vibrating at different frequencies, which determine what particle they are. Unfortunately, string theory requires 10 dimensions to work, and it makes it hard to actually function in practice. But the reason why researchers are still actively trying to make it work is because of how broken math works. If we find a way to make string theory work, it would add gravity to quantum mechanics, something that has been incredibly hard to do, and we could perhaps finally have a theory of everything. I mean, just look at the math. It's definitely something. I mean, Things in the universe tend to want to achieve a stable ground state. They want to have as little energy as possible. Imagine you have a ball on a hill. The ball's potential energy would be high, and so the ball would not be in a stable position. Pushing would just release its energy easily, but once it has reached a more stable place, pushing the ball would just make it roll back. This tendency for things in the universe to want to reach a ground state is present pretty much everywhere, even for particle fields. Okay, let's go back to the ball example. Let's say the ball hasn't actually achieved the lowest possible state and is instead in a hollow on a slope. If you were to push it just slightly, it would roll back like usual, but if you pushed it harder, it would roll down even further. This phenomenon can happen in the world of particles as well, and it's called metastability. Here is where it gets wild. You see, researchers think there's a chance that we are living in a false vacuum. In other words, we live in a state where the quantum fields are not at their lowest point. If one day a particle is pushed into a state with less energy, it could trigger a chain reaction, and the area with the new vacuum state could start inflating. The consequences could be enormous. Some scenarios could still support galaxies, stars, and life, and some scenarios predict that it could mean a complete destruction of all matter, and maybe even cause the universe to implode. But don't worry, it can happen at any time without warning. Moving on. Sometimes, for no reason, there's a random change of energy in a random point in space. This is called quantum fluctuation. Now, you might be saying, well, that disobeys the laws of conservation of energy. Yeah, it actually doesn't. You can pause the video if you want to find out why. Anyway, this essentially results in a particle hopping into existence that is almost immediately cancelled out by its respective antiparticle before we can measure it. This is called a virtual particle. Well, how do we know if they exist then? Well, because we effects fluctuations. One of the big results of these quantum fluctuations is, say you're at your local black hole just driving, and then all of a sudden a photon appears due to quantum fluctuations. No big deal, it should disappear immediately before we were able to measure it. You think to yourself, before realizing, oh no, the antiparticle that was supposed to cancel it out has unfortunately been absorbed by the black hole. The phenomenon that has just occurred is called Hawking radiation. The amount of energy emitted from the black hole due to Hawking radiation is lower than the amount emitted from cosmic radiation. But in a very long time, black holes will likely start to evaporate completely due to Hawking radiation, and we will likely have what is called the heat death of the universe, where all energy is evenly distributed and nothing can happen. Luckily, supermassive black holes with a mass of one galaxy will take 10 to the power of 100 years to completely evaporate. Let's say we knew the position and speed of every single particle in the universe. Could we use this to figure out exactly what has happened in the universe prior to this point? The short answer is yes, since if we know everything about every particle, we would be able to calculate exactly how it got to that point. However, you might say, this assumes that every action that has happened can be calculated back to exactly one state. What if somehow an action had multiple prior states? Couldn't we force two particles onto the same state? Well, as PBS Spacetime's Dr. Matt so wonderfully put it,
quantum mechanics forbids this.
All information about a particle is encoded into its wave function. In other words, information about a particle is guaranteed to be conserved. This is what we say when we say that quantum information cannot be deleted. It is a pretty big part of quantum mechanics. Information is indestructible. Or is it? Calculations suggest that this information might somehow disappear and get deleted in a black hole. This phenomenon is known in the scientific community as something that really does not make any sense. According to the cosmological models of today, the movement of galaxy clusters should be distributed randomly in every direction. There is, however, controversial evidence which suggests that the movements of these galaxy clusters is ever so slightly being pulled in a certain direction. This direction is calculated to be outside of the observable universe. Digital physics is what we call theories that the universe can be described by information, and that the universe can be seen as the output of a computer program. The implications of this is that everything, all your experiences, the entire world, free will, are with ones and zeros. Calculations done by computer. Now, this might seem absurd and quite frankly unbelievable to you, but look at it like this. The chances that theory is true might be low, but since we currently have no way of finding out what the truth is, any theory could be correct. I mean, think about it. What was before the Big Bang? Where did the universe start? We don't know. Speaking of crazy theories that probably aren't true and that sound completely unbelievable, here's a fun thought experiment. Imagine you're dead. Pretty hard, right? Asking someone to imagine they're dead is like saying, imagine you're not thinking right now. It's not really possible to do so, since imagining a loss of consciousness is not possible. You can imagine not being able to see, hear, smell, or feel anything, but at the end of the day, death is more than just a loss of your senses. It's the loss of your consciousness. If you die, you're not like, huh, looks like I'm dead. So, in a way, you can't really be in a state and reflect upon your death. Okay, imagine you wake up in a room. Next to you is let's say a giant thermonuclear bomb. Okay, you say to yourself, guess I'll just leave this room. But then you look a little closer, find that the thermonuclear bomb is connected to a box, and inside the box is a measuring device that is observing a particle. Once the box is turned on, the spin of the particle is measured, and depending on the spin measured, you have a 50% chance of the bomb going off, instantly killing you, and a 50% chance of the bomb not detonating and being alive. Now wait a minute, you say, I'm Schrodinger's cat right now. Noticing the free opportunity of verifying that quantum mentality is real, you decide to press the button. 3, 2, 1, pause. You are currently in a superposition of being both dead and alive, and according to the multiverse interpretation, 2 new timelines are created. One where the bomb detonates and you instantly die, and one where the bomb doesn't detonate and you're alive. Let's unpause. Huh, looks like you're alive. You decide to press the button again. Nothing happens. At this point, there's a 25% chance you're alive. Okay, it's still too lucky. So you decide to press the button 100 times. Okay, so what happened? Well, every time you pressed the button, 2 new timelines were created, one where you were dead and therefore unconscious, and one where you're not. From your perspective, the only possibility for you to exist and so have consciousness is for you to be alive. So for an outsider, the odds of them being alive in the exact same timeline as you are 1 in about this much. But from your own perspective, you cannot be in a timeline where you are dead, because that would mean a loss of consciousness, which, as I described earlier, is not possible. As a result, according to this theory, you always end up in a timeline when you're alive and therefore conscious. Now, this theory is fairly controversial and has a lot of critique, but it is still a potentially valid theory. With that said, please do not try this out, as there's a good chance this isn't true. Wow, looks like you actually made it to the end of the video. Congratulations, you're probably one of very few. Oh, and if you could maybe press the button that has a symbol of a hand with a thumb pointing upwards, that would be pretty nice. I'm not necessarily talking about the like button. I didn't say that. I mean, I'm not saying you to like this video, that would be cringe and annoying. All I'm saying is that you should look out for buttons with a thumb pointing up, and then, you know, press it if you want. Alright, thanks. Also, I can see from my YouTube statistics that 100% of people watching this are subscribed, so if you unsubscribe, that would be just fine by me. Alright, thank you so much for watching, and goodbye, I guess.
Gay Pride Month again. I keep hearing bigots say it always seems like Gay Pride Month. Nonsense. This movement never tries to constantly make itself the centre of attention. Look, just because it's endorsed by every major Western government, cultural institution, corporation, bank, entertainment industry, organ, and legacy media outlet, just because in many Western countries you can get arrested and imprisoned for critiquing them, doesn't mean they're still not marginalised. The original gay pride flag only represents gays, lesbians, and bisexuals. That's not very inclusive. By today's standards, it's basically a bigoted throwback on a par with the Confederate flag. The updated one to that includes pink, white, and baby blue for trans representation. The updated one to that includes black and brown for people of colour representation. The updated one to that includes hot pink to represent women, don't ask me. And the updated one to that includes a purple ring on a yellow background to represent intersex people. But not even that was enough. One of the main organisers of Dublin's Gay Pride Parade added the colours of Ukraine to the LGBTQ rainbow flag. Yeah, they took a flag already more crowded than a tin of sardines and made it more crowded. Once again, woke transnational corporations went full rainbow washing to secure that pink pound, while mysteriously forgetting to update their logos and branding in a certain part of the world. It's that time of the year again. Gay Pride Vaseline. The exact same product, just double the price. Gay Pride Vaseline.
I prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble, and I don't want to be in big trouble.
Burger King is celebrating Pride Month by allowing you to choose top or bottom bread baps. That'll stop Saudi Arabia beheading the gays. Kuwait's government summoned a top US diplomat in a minor international spat. Why? Because the US Embassy in Kuwait tweeted its endorsement of Gay Pride Month. Well, this is awkward. Gay Pride March on the Kuwaiti Embassy in DC. Yeah, don't hold your breath. A Pride in the Park event in Idaho to mark Gay Pride Month, geared towards children, will include the participation of drag queens as well as Satanists who have vowed to perform unbaptisms.
Hans, are we the baddies?
Bigots say kids shouldn't be exposed to LGBT themes or gay pride marches. Nonsense. Why wouldn't we want to enroll kids into such a healthy lifestyle of lifelong joy and contentment? They claim it's an inherently sexualized environment that children should be kept away from. But the World Health Organization's Andy Seal said gay pride parades were family friendly. And who could argue with him?
Who wants to be a diva for the day? Yeah, everybody come back here with me. Walk for me.
So family friendly. Pride parades and the pride festivals that follow are noisy and crowded. They're filled with sites that may be new to kids, like public nudity and kink. So is it appropriate to take your young kids to Pride? The answer is absolutely. Family friendly, child appropriate, public nudity and kink.
That's your puppy? That's not weird.
Who would have a problem with that?
I'm getting the word nonce.
This slope feels awful slippery. Now Senator Scott Wiener wants to add Drag Queen 101 to the K-12 curriculum. I mean, let's be honest. Childhood innocence, that's just a concept invented out of thin air by prejudiced homophobes. The WHO, the global health authority tasked with stopping the spread of viruses, warned that summer festivals and mass gatherings could accelerate the spread of monkeypox, but then asserted that gay pride marches should go ahead as normal. Meanwhile, the first monkeypox patient to go public revealed that he caught the virus from having gay sex with around 10 new partners after being deported from Dubai for testing positive for HIV.
Lovely stuff.
They say life imitates art, but increasingly, it feels like life imitates memes. Remember all those memes about the military-industrial complex, legitimizing its neo-imperialist wars of conquest and occupation by painting the bombs in LGBT rainbow colours? Yeah, well, the US Marines literally just fulfilled that meme. Proud to serve. And look, gay bullets. Another Babylon Bee headline becomes reality. Next time people start whining about another Middle Eastern country being destroyed and obliterated for generations, just call them homophobes, lest we forget transgender Ukrainian troops who now go to war under the insignia of a gay unicorn.
The image of a unicorn, sewn into its standard issue epaulets. Romanova identifies as non-binary and uses she/her pronouns.
Azov Battalion, eat your heart out. Maybe if when Zelensky's democratic stormtroopers had gone door-to-door kidnapping dissidents for criticising him, they'd have just done so under the banner of a multicoloured mythical beast, it would have seemed more tolerant. Several Tampa Bay baseball players opted out of displaying support for gay pride by refusing to wear Pride Night uniforms, citing their belief in Jesus Christ as the reason.
They're trying to use religious exemptions to affect the opportunities, services, available resources for people who are LGBTQ+.
Bravo. Wear the gay rights clothing, or you're denying gay people their rights. It's no longer enough just to tolerate it. The regime demands you perform your loyalty oath. Remember, they're a marginalised community. On train, Pride event or something happening in Glasgow, train full of Pride attendees. Random girl handing out Pride flags, offers me one, can't refuse because it might be a hate crime, can't throw it away because it might be a hate crime, had to hold it, literally 1984. We celebrate diversity by raising the Pride Progress flag for Pride Month at our HQ and to honour those who've championed for equality before us. We're monitoring our posts. All hate crime will be reported and investigated. But monitoring criminals who are stabbing people in the street in broad daylight, not so much. BBC changed rape victims' quotes to avoid misgendering her trans attacker.
What if he rapes me? What if she rapes you?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret.
So yesterday, Jamie Dimon, who has been the CEO, the person who runs pretty much the biggest bank in the world, JP Morgan, for 2 decades now, he came out and he spoke to his investors talking about what he thinks is going on in the markets and how JP Morgan is positioning itself to ensure that no matter what happens, they come out on top. Now, there's been a fair amount of news about this topic and this event because actually Jamie Dimon came out and used one word which has really instilled fear in an awful lot of people. In short, he said that a hurricane is coming for the American economy and that no one knows what's going to happen next, but his gut tells him it's pretty bad. Now, if you're like me, you probably weren't satisfied with just watching that 20 or 30-second clip that seems to be going around everywhere, so you probably spent some time trying to find the full hour-long interview. And unfortunately, you probably couldn't find it because I couldn't find it either. In fact, I spent about 2 hours today scouring the web trying to find access to this full interview, but I just couldn't. And it turned out the reason I couldn't find it and the reason you probably haven't seen anything longer than that 30-second clip where Jamie Dimon says the word hurricane is because actually JP Morgan are trying to keep this interview on the down low. To get access to this, I basically had to cosplay as a real financial journalist, give over details of my company, my role within my company, my name, my address, and everything like that, just to get to even watch this video. I thought then it might be a little bit useful to show you some more context into what he was saying, why he thinks there's a hurricane coming, and everything in between. So firstly, I'm going to show you a clip that you probably, actually almost definitely, haven't seen so far about the 3 horsemen of this next apocalypse that Jamie Dimon is predicting.
And you mentioned storm clouds.
Yeah, I'm going to change the storm clouds. I said there are 3 things that we're going through, which are, I hate the word unprecedented, which are kind of unprecedented. And you got to put this in the back of your mind. When you've seen things that have never happened before, then you have to question your ability to predict, okay? One is huge growth in this country driven by fiscal and monetary stimulation. That isn't a normal recovery, okay? And that fiscal stimulation is still in the pocketbooks of consumers. They're spending it at very strong levels. And the data is completely distorted. It's distorted by inflation. It's distorted by, they went from goods back to services. It's distorted by all these things, but jobs are plentiful, wages are going up, consumers are spending, the lower income folks, not quite as much as before, but everybody else, it looks like they have $2 trillion more, savings rate drop. I don't think that's gonna stop them spending the 6 or 9 months. And so that to me is the bright clouds out there. But it's different. The Fed has to meet this now with raising rates and QT. And the new part of this isn't the raising rates, it's the QT. The QT we've never had QE before like this. Therefore, we've never had QT like this. So you're looking at something they're going to be writing history books on for 50 years. What was QE? What worked? What didn't work? I think a lot of parts of QE backfired. I think the negative rates was probably a huge mistake for a whole bunch of different reasons I'm bored with now. But they got to raise rates. And why do they have to do QT? They do not have a choice because there's so much liquidity in the system. They have to remove some of the liquidity to stop the speculations, to reduce home prices, stuff like that. And you've never been through QT. So all the major buyers, if you go back to 2010 and say, who are all the major buyers of treasuries? All that time, it was central banks, foreign exchange managers, banks who were topping up their liquidity profiles because we had to for regulations. All 3, this won't happen to go around. Banks are topped up, foreign exchange managers are topped up, the central bank will be selling, not buying, and governments have much more fiscal deficit to finance. That's a huge change in the flow of funds around the world. I don't know what the effect of that is. I'm prepared for, I talk about minimum huge volatility. And the third thing is Ukraine. That you've not had a European land war since 1945. Okay, and the complexity of Ukraine is we don't know the outcome. I always make a list, you predict the outcome. Well, you couldn't predict the outcome of Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan, Iraq, 10 other conflagrations. All wrong. Wars go bad. They go south, they have unintended consequences, and this happens to be rolling the commodity markets of the world. Wheat, oil, gas, and stuff like that, which in my view will continue. We're not taking the proper actions to protect Europe from what's going to happen in oil in the short run, and we're not taking the proper actions to protect you all what's going to happen to oil in the next 5 years, which means it almost has to go up the price. We're not investing enough money, to keep oil a number. And for all those who love climate change, if oil prices go to 175 or 150, which I kind of think it's in the cards to tell you the truth, not in the immediate run, but down the road, then CO2 won't go down, which everyone predicts because people buy less oil and gas. It's going to go up because all those other countries out there, the poor countries who need oil and gas to feed and heat their citizens, will not buy oil and gas, they'll buy coal. That's what's going to happen. CO2 will go up, it won't come down. And we're not dealing with these challenges. So those 3 things, fiscally induced growth, QT, Ukraine war.
So the first major issue that Jamie Dimon is really worried about is this unprecedented level of growth that we've seen, not just over the last 2 years, but actually over the last decade and a half. And the reason he's worried by it is because it isn't natural growth. It isn't coming about from entrepreneurs building brand new innovative businesses. It isn't coming about from people spending more of their disposable income or earning more money. It's come about from gross monetary policy, from a government and a central bank that is just printing money willy-nilly. Basically, he's worried because this level of growth that we've seen that fueled this massive bull run over the last decade and a half came from quantitative easing. Now, the other problem with quantitative easing is that actually it is still rather unprecedented. It has happened twice in human history. The first time was with Japan over the last couple of decades in an attempt to revitalize their struggling economy, and in short, it didn't really work out. The other time we've seen quantitative easing, the only other time in history it's ever occurred, has been over the last 15 years in the post-housing market crash era. Now, the problem with that is that this era of quantitative easing hasn't stopped. We never got to the other side. In reality, the money printer was turned on back in 2008, and it hasn't been switched off since, and so when it does get turned off, no one really knows what's going to happen because there is no precedent. Now, the second major headwind facing our economies, according to Jamie Dimon, is the fact that actually the Federal Reserve doesn't have a choice and it has to end quantitative easing now, and it has to start the next major problem, quantitative tightening, which has literally never been seen before in human history. It is entirely unprecedented. As a result of that, there is no evidence to look at. There is no history. You cannot look back to see what happened in the past and try to use that to gauge what will happen in the future. All we can do is try to model what we think is going to happen and pray that we don't miss something major. Now, Diamond also came out and said that actually it's essential that quantitative tightening happens because there's just so much excess liquidity in the markets, and it is fueling rampant speculation that is causing this ridiculous level of inflation that we've seen grow over the last year. And in particular, one thing that he did say, and he only mentioned it for a few seconds and most people probably glossed over it, he said that actually quantitative tightening has to happen to cause house prices to fall. Now, on the surface, that's a good thing. Lower housing prices means more people have access to the market, but the problem is that most people have debt on their house, and most people use their house as a sort of retirement and investment fund in and of itself. So when prices fall, I'm afraid it isn't as simple as just new people can enter the market and all is good and happy. Now, finally, the third horseman of Jamie Dimon's apocalypse is, of course, the Ukraine war, the first major land war in Europe since 1945. And as a result of that, we don't know how much this is going to impact markets, and we've already seen it have quite a major toll. Diamond also makes the astute observation that actually we can't even really predict how this conflict is going to play out. Before it started, everyone in the world thought that Ukraine was the underdog, that they had pretty much no chance, and that really this would last a week or two if it even happened at all. Now we're 4 months in, and we couldn't have been more wrong. It isn't unreasonable to assume that in 4 months' time right now, what everyone's predicting is going to be wrong as well. Now, because we don't know who's going to win or when this war is going to end or what it might look like once it ends, we can't possibly know how commodity prices are going to be affected by the war either. We do know, though, that commodity prices have already seen massive inflation due to this war, and it isn't too unreasonable to assume that as the war progresses, this price inflation is going to maintain, and that's something that actually Jamie Dimon is fully expecting, him even pointing out that maybe oil prices of $180 a barrel, a all-time high in human history, isn't even unlikely at this point. Now, while that stuff there isn't exactly good news, it's certainly not bullish, and I would wholeheartedly describe Jamie Dimon as bearish for the majority of this interview, well, this next bit is the bit you've probably heard about, the one where he literally says there's a hurricane coming for the American economy.
Look, I'm an optimist. You know, I said there's storm clouds, they're big storm clouds. It's a hurricane. Right now, it's kind of sunny. Things are doing fine. You know, everyone thinks the Fed can handle this. That hurricane is right out there down the road coming our way. We just don't know if it's a minor one or Superstorm Sandy or Andrew or something like that. And you better brace yourself. So JP Morgan is bracing ourselves, and we're going to be very conservative in our balance sheet. With all this capital uncertainty, we're going to have to take actions. And I kind of want to say non-operating deposits again, which we can do in size, you know, to protect ourselves so we can serve clients in bad times. And so that's the environment we're dealing with. And, you know, I think it's okay to hope that will end up okay. I hope it. That's my Goldilocks. I hope. Who the hell knows?
So it should be abundantly clear at this point that Jamie Dimon, one of the most successful and powerful men in finance the world has ever seen, the man who built JP Morgan up to be the mega institution that it is today, is worried for what's to come. As a result of that, he is preparing JP Morgan for what's to come as well, ensuring that it is able to weather any kind of storm. And frankly, it would be prudent to follow his advice, to move in the same direction, to make sure that we're in the same sort of position, that we're not over-leveraged, that we're not held down by excessive spending that isn't necessary, paying out thousands of dollars more than we can afford for cars that we can't afford or homes that we don't need. As always, this isn't financial advice. It never is on YouTube. It can't possibly be because you're just a person behind a screen and I know nothing about your personal situation. But I do implore people to just be cautious, to be a little bit conservative, and be aware that really we are in unprecedented times, that you can't look to the past to gauge what's going to happen in the future because we've never had anything like this happen before. If you enjoyed this video, then make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to bless the YouTube algorithm. It really does help. If you want to join our exclusive community, then check out our Patreon. You get access to our Discord server and extra content like access to my portfolio and buy and sell alerts for all my own investments. Also, make sure to check out the link in the description to Masterworks. They can help you protect your portfolio against market turmoil through fractional shares of art from world-famous artists. Art has historically proven to be uncorrelated to the market, so it's a really valuable resource with the markets falling every week. There's also a link in the description to I Trust Capital, a site that allows you to invest in crypto through your tax-advantaged IRA, which could literally save you thousands. If you think that crypto going down is a buying opportunity, then now is the perfect time to join I Trust Capital. Thank you all for watching. Stay stoic. Until next time.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Been destroyed. Killing spree. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret. has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. An ally has been slain. The enemy's inhibitors respawn. turret has been destroyed.
I was doing removal. And those are the people who show up to the hospital, to hospice, nursing homes, wherever it is. Crime scenes, doesn't matter. Removal are the people who show up to get a decedent from A to B, all the while being very professional and meeting the family. They're like the face. It's a weird process because it changes based on what hospital you go to. You would think you would have like, you know, a practical or regulated system that every hospital would use, but a lot of them are different. And the first hospital I went to, a hospital called Sacred Heart, which where I lived in Florida is by far the biggest hospital that was there. The process for getting into Sacred Heart was basically to drive past the dumpsters, go over to the back part of the hospital, you would back in, and sometimes it was actually the morgue that we would pick up our decedent from was attached to the medical examiner's office. So they were the people who would pick up, you know, drug overdoses, murder, homicide, whatever, you know, what you want to call it. All the shit that makes it on TV, that's their job. So I met them, talked to them a bit, and the the person they pull out, I can smell them. This was a wild first case, man. It was definitely a trial by fire, because as I found out, as I was as I was backing in and getting all the gurneys out and stuff, he was like, hey, you're there to pick up 2 decedent, but you're only gonna need 1 gurney. Just go inside and you'll understand. And I was like, okay. So I go inside and they bring the first guy out. And the smell, it's not like decomp. It's not, you know, like dead smell, whatever. It's burn. It's barbecue. And when I say that, that's not meant to be a joke. It really smelled like barbecue, like just good barbecue. And I say that because it's a very important thing to acknowledge. And so I opened the bag, and it was a dude completely just burned, just absolutely fried. And he's obviously I can't because I'm in VR, but he's hobbled up with his elbows and hands up over his head. And so, and his knees are locked up and his hands are over his head, and he's kind of like in the fetal position almost, but as if he was sitting. And I find out that he died because he got stuck in the cabin of the box truck that he was driving when these 2 teenagers on the road in their pickup truck swerved into him and hit him head on. And so he got stuck in there and burned alive. That is the first person I picked up. The second was a baby. So that was why I would only need 1 gurney. So this is the very first solo trip I have ever made. And normally, when you go to the morgue, it's a super easy, you can show up in like a t-shirt and jeans. You know, you don't really have to stress about it too much. It's usually the middle of the night, whatever. This one was middle of the day, so I, showed up dressed to the nines just to make sure in case I came across a family or something. You never know. So I zipped the burn victim up after putting his name tag on, which, let me tell you, that was a fucking experience. Trying to pick up and move the leg of a burned victim and then put it's an identification band. It's by law, you have to have them. And put it on his ankle, and I can't, because every time I go to grab his leg, it just slips, and skin comes off in my hands, because it's charred and burnt. If they've lost the left leg, which every funeral home / company is different. You're allowed to place it in different locations. You just have to have one. But the one that we used was the left leg. If the left leg was gone or was a little stumpy stump, you would go to the right leg. And if that one was also a little stumpy stump, then you would move to the left arm, then the right arm. And then if you had no limbs to work with, you just did what you could. Whether it was just put it around the stump, have it in their bag with them. You could take a blank tag and the original tag, put them together to make a really big loop, and then put that up over their thigh. Something of that nature. Just anything to get it on them at that point. Eventually, I have to get my whole hand and palm underneath his leg, lift, and then put the band on over the top and pinch it closed. Because otherwise I would not have been able to get it on him. And yes, of course I'm wearing gloves, but it doesn't change the fact that because those gloves are so thin, you really do feel somebody's skin coming off in your hand. And it's just as awful as it sounds like. It's someone's skin in your hand, and you have no choice but to just take the glove off, shake your hands clean in the bag, and it's you know, that's what a messy death does. So that was the first day on removal I'd ever had solo. And so in, you know, one hand, I've got this baby. It's like the size of like a small Amazon delivery box, man. It's a cardboard, like a white cardboard box with a name tag on top, usually the mother or whatever immediate parent was there, and then the child, the name of the child, if they even had a name. And then on the other hand, I've got a gurney with a burn victim, and load both into the back of the van, do the necessary paperwork, which is a lot of paperwork, by the way, and drive back to the funeral home. Basically, the crematory is a separate building from the funeral home itself, and the crematory also houses the cooler at this particular funeral home. And so I open up the cooler, pull the gurneys into the crematory, get them all unloaded onto their lifts, and then slot them into their respective slots on the shelves in the cooler. And that's what a whole job would look like. That was the first day. Burn victim, baby. So it was definitely a good chance to find out if I could handle the worst parts of the job. I've worked a lot of jobs because I moved out when I was 18, working like food, doing pizza delivery, and then that moved into call center, which then moved into sales, and then somehow I ended up in pest control. And then pest control is where I stayed for about a year, and then I had a client who I was talking with one day, and he was like, hey, man, you see that guy over there washing his van? What do you think he does for a living? I see in the back that it's got these metal rolls, and he has 2 gurneys pulled out and set to the side, and he's washing it down, hosing it, spraying it with disinfectant. I'm like, oh, is he like some kind of, I don't know, like private medical practice or something? No. He picks up dead people. And so we go over, we talk to him, he gives me his card, and he's like, if you ever, you know, want a job change, maybe hit me up, we could talk about it. 3 months later, I do. The interview process, there really wasn't an interview. He and I talked on the phone a bit, but he really needed help. So it was basically a, do you have a felony? No? Fantastic, you're hired. He brought me to a family, to a hospital, brought me along, and was like, make sure that you can handle dead bodies. And I could. Much to my surprise, it didn't really bother me. Only one person in my life that I was like really, even kind of like remotely attached to had really died. And so I really wasn't all that familiar with death. And so my initial thought was like, I'm gonna fucking cry, or I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna freak out, or whatever. And then we got to the hospital, and we opened the body bag, and we, you know, do what we have to do. Not a step of it bothered. And I don't know if that's because maybe I'm like emotionally stunted, or if it's, you know, I just got lucky. Everyone has their own dispositions for these things, and I guess I just never knew. But as it turns out, I'm pretty good with non-personal death. One of the days I was driving about, I had to drive an hour and a half to a place called Perdido Key to pick someone up, right? This job in particular, dude was just big old dude. We had like no space to maneuver. So we had to go out to the living room, pick up this dude's stuff that had been sitting there for who knows how long, move it out of the way, get everything, you know, shifted around, and then try and find a way to move this dude onto the gurney, get him strapped in, pick up the gurney, lock the wheels in place, go to the other end of the gurney, pick that side up, lock it in place. Just nothing was in our favor. Dude's mattress is on the floor in the corner of the room, and it takes up basically the whole room. The only other space being taken up by him, the dead guy, and his dresser. So we pick up the mattress and slide it over up against the wall. Luckily, it didn't have a springboard or anything, it was just the mattress. And we throw a sheet down next to him, we roll him over. Because luckily, he's face down, and if he's face down, you need to get him on his back. So, we didn't have to go through the trouble of rolling him onto his stomach and then back onto his back, because we didn't have room for it. We got lucky, basically. So we rolled him over on his back onto the sheet, and luckily I have a coworker here with me as well as the cops, and we all go to lift the sheet and pick this dude up, and you stop, and you're pulling, and you're pulling, and you're pulling, and you're just trying as hard as you can, and you start to get him off the ground just a little bit, and then bam, you let go. your fingers, you know, crack, they slip, you know, something that's just like, fuck, like, all right, gonna take a second. And so you start to think, it's problem solving. You're like, what can we do? We can't stay here forever. We have to get this dude on the gurney. I can't leave until this guy is moved. No matter what, I have to do this. And so instead, we come up with the idea of moving the gurney out into the super narrow hallway. And when I say narrow hallway, I mean just the gurney fits, and you have like 2 inches of clearance to the wall. And this dude is much wider than that. So we get him back on the sheet, exactly how he was, and we drag him out of this room. And that goes a little easier because obviously dragging is easier than lifting. And we drag him out of his room, and then as soon as we get him right at the head of the gurney in the hallway, we tie the sheet off entirely, so he's all bundled up, and we just pick up only his head and his arms and get his torso up onto the gurney. And then someone goes to the legs, picks up the legs, someone just tears their back out, it was me in this case, and picks up, you know, the torso and the head, shovels it, crab walking backwards, super slow, the longest 5 seconds of your life, and you get him on the gurney. So you strap him in, you go to pick him up, all the while dealing with his like 500-pound body, so you know it's taking you and someone else to really get the gurney up. Lock in all the wheels, you get him all the way up, and it's like, yeah! You start wheeling him out, and you've made a path. And you get halfway through that path, and the gurney collapses. So now, you're kind of having an oh shit moment, because you're left to wonder, did the gurney collapse under weight and is still usable, or did the gurney collapse and break? Luckily, it just collapsed. We get him back up. We somehow get him out to the van, wheel him in, get back to the funeral home where things are much easier to do, and you go to pull him out of the back of the van, you pull him over onto the lift, you shove him into the cooler, and you made a grand total of $25. That's one of the worst physical jobs I had. But talking with coworkers, they would have much preferred the physical job that I struggled with rather than the emotional jobs. And the emotional jobs, of course, being you get there, it's a hospice situation, there's 12 family members, and everyone is just destroyed. Nothing you say or do can make that better. Unlike being a friend or a family member, you're a stranger. And not only are you a stranger, you are now the face of the person who has come to take their loved one in passing. You are quite literally the Grim Reaper. When you show up, it becomes final for a lot of people. They realize, holy shit, my mom is gone, or holy shit, my son's dead. These people are here to take him away from me. With removal, the worst case I have ever had. And I shouldn't laugh, that's fucked up, but you kind of lose a little bit of those inhibitions when it comes to death and making, you know, jokes and finding humor in situations that obviously are not humorous. And this guy had been... So he lived on a residential street with a bunch of other houses. And after like a week and a half, people started to call the emergency services. They're like, hey, my neighbor hasn't been outside in like 2 weeks. And it smells horrible. I think he's dead. And he was! So we show up with the cops, and the cops there, as we're pulling up and we get out, the cops they see us, they nod, and then when I get close, he stops, plants his feet, turns and looks at me, and he's like, you're gonna hate this. And I'm sorry. Not the first words you want to hear at 3 a.m. on a hot summer night and you've been woken out of a dead sleep. You're hoping it's easy, and instead you open the door, or at least you try to open the door. You instead put your shoulder to it and find out that there's boxes and shit in the way, so another hoarder situation. You clear a little bit of a path, you give up because there's so much, and you're just like, alright, I can smell this guy. Let me go find him first and figure out where what I need to do from there. And the whole way you're stepping through all this shit, man. I mean, your arms are up, you're looking to your sides, making sure you're not hitting anything. It's, you're trying to cut lights on. and you're stepping over stuff, and you're hearing shit squelch and squish and crunch under your feet, so you're looking up and trying not to think about what you're stepping on, and then you get to the dude's bedroom, and you just see him there in all his glory. Gray, slimy, wet, decomp skin, maggots crawling out of his eyeballs, mouth wide open, flies buzzing around. There's like, 5 or 10 dive bombing you constantly. You're just brushing your hands out of the way. And you've gotta get him. You gotta grab this guy. And I'm like, fuck, man. What do I do? And I mean, normally on you apply some critical thinking skills and you figure out a good solution. But this time around, man, I was stumped. I had no ideas. I didn't know what I could do. The cops didn't want to come inside, understandably so. I had to go back to my van and get my gas mask. It was so bad. I was genuinely afraid that I was going to contract something. And so eventually I just get in there and I start clearing all this trash out. And because he's so decomped, I know that I have to get this dude onto a gurney ASAP because I can't drag him. Because whatever I grab onto will just come right off. Muscle, sinew, skin, whatever it is, it's not gonna stay. Luckily, he's laying on some cardboard. And so I pull on the cardboard and it snaps. It rips in half because it's soaked through with his bottom. So I throw that to the side, give up on that idea. And then I force one of the cops to come in, and I was like, look, dude, just pick up that end and set him on this gurney so I can get out of here. And as we're going to pick him up, the cop's hands slip because the dude leaked out because he's decomping. And he's been in here for more than 2 weeks. And I mean, when I say like maggots, and I mean like just the worst decomp case I have ever seen. So he drops him and I'm holding the head end and I'm trying really hard to keep holding him. I mean, just every ounce of my being. Cop picks the feet back up, we get him on the gurney, lift up the gurney, lock him in, we pick up both ends of the gurney, and we're crab walking, going backwards with the gurney, all the way back over all the trash. We almost get him in the van, and the fucking gurney capsizes. Not straight down to the ground, so it's an easy transfer job, onto its fucking side, sending the dude out into the middle of the street. And at that point, I'm genuinely ready to cry. I mean, the job was bad enough I had to go and put a gas mask on, right? And the entire time I'm trying really hard to remain, dignified. Remember, this is a person, this is a person, this is a person, this is a person. But in that moment, man, I just wanted to leave. I was like, all I want to do now is just pack up the shit, throw it in the van, drive it back to my employer, and go home and never look back. Obviously, I don't do that, but oh my god, it was so tempting. He is literally just splayed out on the ground. I'm so fed up at this point that I bend down and I put on an extra pair of gloves and I bear hug him. Awful as it sounds. The dude's on my chest, I can feel it on my clothes, and I just pick him up and I drop him back on the gurney. Pull his legs back up and over, lock him in. The cop helps me pick the gurney up, put it in the van, and I go to the funeral home. And then I immediately go home, I take a shower, a really, really, really hot shower, brush my teeth, floss. You get a little desensitized, because despite how awful that job was, despite the fact that I had to wear, a gas mask, I was still able about an hour or 2 hours afterwards, after cleaning up, to just go eat. And that is the worst removal job I had ever had. It taught me a little bit about my own patience and what I'm willing to do for myself and my own pride. Because not leaving that guy there, it's a matter of dignity and respect. But it's also, I had an out. I could have fucked off and told the cops, hey, you're gonna have to call the fire department or do this, because in a way you reserve the right to do that. As a third-party employee in that situation, you can technically bail out if you believe a job is too difficult for you by yourself to accomplish. And you can, in theory, make it someone else's problem. And so despite how awful the situation was, I managed to get through it, which was really, was a nice, good experience for me, but also, like, I don't ever want to do anything like that again. I found myself some days, I'd unzip a body bag and go to put clothes on someone, I'd see them dressed, and sometimes I'd just look at them. That's gonna be me. At some point, you and I will be no different. I didn't mean you specifically, but like,
I'm never gonna die. If you could tell everybody in the world one thing, what would it be?
I guess I would just want people to stop for a day and just kind of take stock of themselves. Just do nothing. Just sit alone, think about who you are, don't get on your computer, don't get on your phone. Just take a day, figure you out. If there's anything that I've taken from experiencing literally daily death is that we're not unique in a lot of the ways that we think we're unique. The only thing that makes us unique is the things that we can't really convey, the things that we can't really tell people, things that only you yourself can know. So figure out what that is if you can. And if you can't, keep trying. Eventually you'll get there, or maybe you won't and you'll die. Who knows?
Your turret has been destroyed. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Destroyed a turret. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
Well, it's hard to find words when you're given 1 second to establish what has happened. It's your friend. Fix it. They're dying. Solve the problem of what just happened. Make sure they don't come back and do it to you. Find witnesses. Make sure the threat doesn't re-escalate. As of this month, I will be going on 4 years active SWAT deployment and approximately 8 years of active law enforcement duty.
What was your experience before it?
Well, interesting you'd say that. Beforehand, I had looked into doing the military, which always chaps some asses. Before going in, I had recruiters come to my high school and say, hey, you're in pretty decent shape, you're interested in this, what do you want to do when you grow up? Well, I want to help people. Quick aside, the whole, seeing superheroes growing up, see Batman with his utility belt and everything, and no superpowers, not being able to fly all that, but he had these cool things that he could always solve problems with. I was like, that'd be a cool thing to do. I want to be that guy that has all these tools to help people. And I told the recruiter, he's like, oh, well, you should, I think he was the Air Force, so you should join the Air Force, PJs, parajumpers. He's like, oh, that's cool, but I did wrestling and stuff in high school, and I got a blown out knee. He's like, And I talked further and found out because of my physical condition and other applicants coming in, I was going to get run over. I said, that's not going to work. So we'll let that go. My cousin talked to me. He was in the Air Force as a security forces MP or military police in the Air Force. Like, dude, just go to college, do whatever you need to do your thing. That always pisses off my military friends, but I did. I got a degree in criminology and criminal justice. I found out later that's fucking worthless. I should have pursued some sort of other degree sought by the FBI or any other agency that would hire you, because I learned that criminal justice or criminology is only sought after if you're going to be teaching those criminal studies. So after I graduated, I applied to my local police department, which I was very fortunate because I think in like a close to 70 to 100 mile radius, we were the only local SWAT team that would respond to multiple areas. And I thought, well, if I have a chance in hell joining the guys that help people, this is my shot. So I applied at my dream department, and by some divine miracle, I had the best physical times. I had decent standard questions. They give you a written test you have to pass in order to become a law enforcement officer, and I did okay. Like, I wasn't a genius, but apparently there was a study guide and some guys scored hundreds, but they just absolutely tanked in the physical stuff. I did great in physical, did okay, like 80s out of 100. Passing I think was 65 or something, so I was happy where I was at. So they saw my history, they saw my background in college, and they said, okay, cool, well, this guy looks promising. They gave me a conditional offer and said, hey, where you at? Well, I graduate college next year. And they said, okay, cool. We'll continue to get your degree, and once you get it, we're gonna call you back in May, which is the latter part of your graduation. And I said, okay, cool. That sounds great. But the call never came. I thought, what the hell's going on? Like, these guys said they wanted me, and funny story, I'm walking down the police parking lot to go drop off my packet for my second time application, and the guy, he was a sergeant at the time, became a captain, calls and says, hey, what are you doing right now? And I'm in the parking lot getting ready to apply for the second thing. Oh, hell, you can burn that damn thing. Come on inside, we're gonna talk to you. We need you to have this job. Okay, so I walk inside. After all the time he had waited, eventually this sergeant said, oh yeah, we just kind of lost your paperwork, got shuffled around, and we just didn't realize you graduated. We thought you graduated this year in May, and we're just hurting for people. We just need to know if you can do it. We just need this. Well, that's okay. Yes, I'm not gonna turn this down. Okay, cool. Well, we're glad you're stupid and you came in, because it saves me a lot of time hunting you down. So just go ahead and sign this paperwork that I was supposed to actually come to your house and have you do it, and we'll just be doing this. So I send the paperwork, it gets sent off. There's a couple of months delay. They send me off to I don't know how to call it other than the future retirement place. They take your physical, they do your lung capacity, your heart rate, your basically how your body's composed at the time you're hired. They say, oh, you're great. Okay, cool. You'll be a great candidate. You can retire in 20 years or do whatever, and you can draw retirement and all that. Great. Send it off, come back almost 4 months later, and they hire me on in May of 2014, which was awesome. It was my dream job. I managed to get in. They said, hey, Go ahead, go in here, do your swearing thing, and we're just gonna move you right along. It'll be great. We're happy to have you on. We're glad you're here. Let's go through this. Cool. I'm getting closer to my step. I ask my usual questions. Not to cherry pick, but how does somebody land up on the SWAT team? I'm just curious, poking the bear, wanting to see what it takes to join the team. That if somebody were to call the police and the police had to call somebody to really, make a difference and help people and get in there and absolutely solve the problems that other police couldn't do. How does one, get in there? Oh, that's real easy. You can do 1 year of active military deployment with infantry engagements and different types of combat deployments and have that sort of team tactical atmosphere, and then you got to be fit to a certain level, and then after all that, you got to go through this rigorous training process of shoot, don't shoot. You got to run and shoot. You got to get your heart rate up. You got to just do all this crazy stuff. Like, actually, kind of it sounds easy from all the stuff I've been doing to myself for the last 4 years. But go ahead and keep telling me. So they tell me all this stuff. I make a friend who's on the team. He's like, yeah, you got to do this, go through this, go through this. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that sounds good. That's what I want to do. So then my career kicks off, and one of the things I didn't know was when you get on SWAT, it's not so much a promotional test as much it is a what's a good analogy here? Dodgeball. So if you're playing dodgeball in elementary school, they line all the kids up. They line all the kids up, and they go, okay, you're a captain and you're a captain. Pick your team. And survival of the fittest kind of sets in. They go, oh, I want Jimmy. He's got big ass shoulders and just giant arms. He can throw balls really fast. Well, yeah, I want Kyle because Kyle's really fast and he plays baseball and he can dodge the dodgeballs. Yeah, well, I want Tiffany because she's got a mean ass underthrow. And that's what it turns into, is what are your characteristics and what makes you stand out and what would make you an asset to the team versus being a liability. All the politics, they're out the window. It doesn't matter if you're a 175-pound female that's 5'8", or a 200-pound guy who's 6 foot tall. If you can't meet the demands of the team, you just don't make it, which was beautiful in a way, because a lot of them are just like, hey, look, dude, I don't know how to tell you this. You're worthless. Get out. She can drag 2 of our bodies out. If we get shot, you could barely do a squat with your own body weight. We don't need you, which was really neat. But it's also very competitive, because that ties into your law enforcement background, because you have to remember, you can't just go, I do, and then they say, hey, you're on the SWAT team, get in the Bearcat, here's a machine gun, here's a flak vest, here's ballistic helmet, here's riot gear control stuff, here's a shield, here's multi-baton grenade launcher, which is basically a grenade that launches like wooden, they call them batons, they hit the ground, skip, and they flare out and hit shins. So it was competitive for a long time, and there was some damn good competitors I had to deal with. It took me, I've always joked, it took me 3.5 attempts to get on, because the first time I went on, they had a target, and I'm not ashamed, I iced everything, but they had a target of a guy with a short, high and tight plaid shirt and blue jeans, but he had a sheriff's star on the side of his hip, and you wouldn't see it unless you looked for it. But the target was them standing there aiming right at you, and unless you were looking at the hip, you wouldn't see it, which standard procedure for us is you have to always have a chain badge on you when you're working the job. So I think that flunked out like 80% of us out of like a class of 14 guys that went in to apply, and it just tanked us all. This is only my own fault. I can't push it on somebody else. It was strenuous. The next test, there was somebody else, him and I tied. He had more seniority and he had a little bit more experience and time to prove himself. The half attempt I always joke about was we did everything and I was set from what I was told to be brought into the team then, but the guy in the back was a sniper and they were looking for an entry position, and the sniper went, I want to do entry. So they cycled the guy from the sniper position back in entry and had to call all of us and say, yeah, we fucked up. We didn't put this position out to the team and nobody got a chance to cycle. So, which was fine. I get it. At this point, this is my, I guess, technically third rejection. But on the next go around, I aced it. I hit every target. I had actually pursued and tackled a murder suspect. I had been involved in a couple of shootings where I didn't run like some other officers did. At this point, I had a superfluous background, and they're looking at me, holy shit, okay, this guy's good. So they brought me on, and it was one of the happiest moments of my life to actually get there. Because at this point, I was that guy that when the police needed to dial 911, I got brought in. The problem was, I didn't realize at the time, a lot of the bureaucracy and a lot of the, I guess for lack of a better term, the buddy fucking that went on was behind the scenes. I didn't realize when I took this team, you know, I was thinking, all right, SEAL Team 6, all right, Delta Force, all right, we're the tightest group ever. We're gonna take rounds for one another. We're gonna stop the bad guys, get the rapists, get the robbery suspects, take every bad person off the street that no matter the cost. What I didn't realize when I was getting involved was just a lot of stuff, like everything else in life, just happened to be political, and I had no idea. It really hurts me that I can't get into detail on this because it's a very unique incident in the last 10 years. But bureaucracy, red tape, and unfortunately, from what I've been told, I can't confirm or deny it. Poor leadership allowed some things to happen, which led this event being a multi-day event, and unfortunately, some members leaving, some members being forced to retire and quit, which made the next person up step in and go, no, this shit can't happen. Which is when I started getting what I was looking at. I was like, okay, new guy's taking charge. What's he got? He stepped in, he says, okay, here's the deal. Put your shit on, get your guns, unload them, make sure they're clear, have a friend check them, get your pistols out, make sure they're checked, have a buddy check them, make sure they're empty. We're going, you've got 5 minutes. We roll up, take our shit off, quickly put on our shit, pull on our vest, our helmets, our belts, we get our gas masks, make sure they're ready, store them, show up, ready to go, okay, here's my gun, it's clear, they look, okay, it's clear, where's your rifle? Okay, here's my rifle, it's clear, okay, where's yours? Which apparently freaks a lot of people out, but if you've got tools that you've already cleared, which you've at a multiplicative of people checking to make sure your equipment's clear, you're fine. Wasn't an issue. We got this stuff going, and this guy actually started hitting us. He's like, okay, do this, go. We do it. All right, you fucked that all up. Fix this. You turned right. You shouldn't have turned right. You should have gone left. You weren't paying attention. You followed him. You gotta dig your corner. And we were getting that training. We were getting that good stuff. And then it started getting better. It got to the point where with the guy that we had contacts in Delta. He had contact with the SEAL team. One of my favorite things was he actually sent me to Los Angeles, where I trained with some of the best in the world. They had some of the most impressive equipment, some of the best teachers, some of the absolute just savants on close quarters combat and tactical application with equipment utilization and all that. It was the absolute crowning gem of my career at that point, because not only did I get a chance to train with these guys, that was my dream as a child. When I said I was going to be on SWAT team when I was in middle school, I think early to mid 2000s, there was a movie called SWAT. It was kind of a cheesy action movie, but looking at it, you'd see this guy, you know, just kind of, he was running, and you could see the entire layout of LA. And in I think it was January 2017, I was on that mountainside running, looking over, going, holy shit, this is my dream really. Just kind of running, admiring the view, until my teammate from my state that we got flown over to do the training said, hey asshole, you've only got a few minutes left, fucking run! I was like, shit. So I had to actually take off and actually finish at that point, but my dream was realized at that point that this is your peak moment in life. This is your life goal. Embrace it. So we finished, we went to the training. It was intense, it was hard. I'm kind of non-disclosure. I can't tell the class I was in. I can't tell what we did. But I can tell you I was in a class in January in 17? Yeah, 17. It was fantastic stuff. And I brought that back home. And again, the politics kind of stepped in the way, because I had to go there with my teammate who got sent with me and say, hey, this is the greatest, this is the latest, this is what they're doing, this is the best tactics, this is the gear they've got. Granted, they had 3 helicopters, we don't have enough funds for 1, but hey, this is everything we're doing. And then I got told, no, that's not what we're gonna do. I know we sent you there to do everything they could do, everything they've done, everything they've learned. We sent you there. We're not gonna use it. We're gonna do what we did. We're gonna run through house like a bunch of rape tapes. To which I had to also remind them, hey, you know, look, I know I'm a new guy. I know I'm lowest guy on totem pole. I get it. I have no place to talk, but question. These guys' close quarters combat philosophy is, well, why would you run into a bear's cave and kick it in the balls as hard as you can and hope to win the fight when you could totally play whatever playing field you want and control it? Why would you send guys you know what, and this is what I actually told them, let's stop there. How many guns do I have? Crickets. Where are my guns hidden? Crickets. Which doors have I reinforced? Being in law enforcement, I've had a couple I know how burglars get in, and I've kind of prevented my house from having that happen. Crickets. Why aren't you guys listening to me? Like, I'm trying to save our friends' lives here. Like, our strategies are 10 to 15 years in the past. We've gotta move up, guys. I would almost beg you to let me do a simulation exercise at my home and see how many of you survive. We can't do this. And I was kind of smacked down and just sort of let it go. But I learned to somewhat adapt and overcome. And a lot of our training, we realized real quick that a lot of it's just the military style. Hey, we're gonna fuck with you to make you better. You could enter a room and you could immediately turn left to check a corner, and they'll say, ah, you fucked it up, you didn't turn fast enough. Even if you could have only cleared that faster by being the goddamn Kool-Aid man bursting through 2x4s and drywall, going, oh yeah, I see you. You still would have been told it wasn't fast enough. But what gets embarrassing is when a lot of the stuff you tell them kind of comes out in practice. For example, they'll tell you that it's impractical to go up to a door with a shield. I'm the secondary breacher on my team. They'll tell you it's impractical to go up to a door and have your shield guy brace the door as you break the door open. I said, no, look, no, you can do it. You just gotta have faith that I can hit it in one swing, which is in my heart, not gonna lie, and that your teammate can come up and actually block the door with the shield as your equipment guy comes to throw a camera or a drone or whatever. They said, oh, that's not gonna, you can't do that. There's just not enough room. When we literally, for those who've played Rainbow Six, there's the little recon drone you can grab and throw. It looks literally like a Pringles can cut in half with wheels. You can throw it over people. It's literally the drone from Rainbow Six. We literally had the big guy in front of me. He hit the door. Shield guy's behind us. I was with Shield guy. As the hammer or the ram came back, I stopped to grab the Pringles can bot and went hit, and hit the guy who had 2 knives in his hand right in the forehead. Between getting pegged by a Pringle can bot and seeing a shield with flashlights, he didn't know what the hell to do. He dropped both the knives, and Bob's your uncle. We went in and got him. It worked. We talk all the time about strategies of like, well, what if we get to a situation where we can't set up perfectly like we're training? Actually, that'll go another example. We can't just send guys into, oh, here's the scenario, get all kitted up and go. What if guys are trapped, like, not behind enemy lines, but on the front lines, and they can't get their gear? We had a guy take out a 50 cal Desert Eagle and a fucking 500 Smith & Wesson, and he took a woman hostage on top of the staircase. I know I've got a lot of keyboard warriors saying, just rush the staircase. Well, it's a little different when 950 grains of stuff gets sent your way. And the problem was we had originally responding officers that are on our team that don't have their Kevlar, their helmets, their rifles, nothing. And they're stuck sitting there going, what do we do? Because we never trained for that. Like, there was just so much behind the scenes stuff happening that I just can't believe it happened for as long as it did. I mean, we're getting better and a lot of those things are getting pushed aside and we're training more with different types of environments and conditions and adverse effects, but it's just difficult to fight against because the culture there is also that, yeah, we're on SWAT, we don't teach others how to survive, we're just gonna do our own thing. Like, it took forever for some guys to convince our brass, like, hey, look, the stuff we're learning, a lot of the new guys aren't learning. Like, a lot of people don't realize just how some simple shit can get you killed. I've taken my SWAT training seriously, and I've taken it onward with my field training officer role. And I'm in charge of training like the new guys, like I was years ago. And the amount of stuff we could teach other cops is just basic survival things. It's just astronomical. I had some guy that, I swear to God, it was just a massive window. And he goes to knock on the door for a warrant on a robbery suspect. And he just kind of just reaches over and, police department, and stands there in front of this giant glass window, and I'm looking at him with my insides screaming, dude, you're gonna get killed, don't do that. Or we'll have guys that'll walk up to closets and be like, oh, I wonder if the suspect's in this closet, and just open it while standing right in front of it. Like, there's so much basic survival stuff we could teach people, but it was one of those cultural wars of Well, I'm on SWAT. I don't need to teach you. Which sounds pedantic in a way, but that was somewhat the mind. And fortunately, a lot of these guys are breaking free, getting away from it, and going from it. But it's just one of those never-ending uphill battles of dealing with it. And I mean, I've had my good times with it. We've had lots of call-outs where they see us roll up in the bulletproof car and go, probably not winning this one, and they come out. Or we've had to launch tear gas or get people to come out, which is always what we look for. Shifting gears a little bit, people see SWAT as like the counter-terrorist, you know, the CTs versus Ts in real life of, oh, they're gonna go in, they're gonna kill all the people, and everything's gonna be good, and there'll be blood everywhere we drop. No, one of the hardest things we've had to overachieve on was putting our perspective to the foot that we are a life-saving entity. A good example to draw from is again, going back to the movie SWAT, there was what they called the Polish hostage, which was the guy that said, if you come in, I'm going to shoot myself. If you don't go away, I'm going to shoot at you. He was his own hostage. I mean, police doctrine usually says, oh, I see you're trying to kill yourself. I'm sorry, I'm going to walk away and get you away. He's going to stand 3 blocks away and call you over. And back off. But we can't do that. We can't risk you killing your neighbors or yourself. We need to help you. So a lot of the times we call for those sort of situations where people barricade themselves in. Eventually we convince them to come out. We don't... In those situations, in a lot of situations, we don't want to kill anybody. We have a very strong sense of justice. And if you've done something wrong, whether it be as minor as dealing weed and getting caught multiple times, in my opinion, or something as... I guess something as heinous as, like I've been involved in raids that takes down people that are sending 5-year-olds off to be. It boils my blood. But as a sense of what's right and what's wrong, I have to abide by what the law is. And when our team gets activated, there's a lot of people, and I'm going to follow up with a couple of stories that just sit there and go, wouldn't the world be better off if we just killed them? And a lot of us have to go, look, dude, we're all thinking the same thing. Society won't blame us, but we have to uphold law and order. They're dictators. We have to bring them to court. We have to uphold what's right. Get it out of your system. You gotta think straight, dude. We cannot do this. And that shit gets hard, man. Like, it's... That part of the job gets fucking hard. An interesting bounce back and forth for a little bit of time, just switching gears back from SWAT to regular patrol. When I was a young patrolman, as I was applying for SWAT, one of the questions is, how do you react to death? How do you deal with dead bodies? How do you react to gruesome murders? How do you react to some of the most heinous shit that humanity can do? And for a set amount of time, I'm not going to give it because my department will find me immediately. For a set amount of time, I had something to the effect of like 14 dead bodies back to back to back to back to back to back, just machine gunning them. It was just unfortunate luck. It was my city. I was the young stud doing all the calls and answering stuff, and they just sent me to these. But there's a certain aspect of death when you get kind of used to seeing a dead body that sort of sticks with you a little bit. And my very first dead body was super simple. It was a man in hospice. There was a miscommunication. They called the PD. We showed up. Hospice came, took care of the corpse, did everything that was required. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, that looks no different than my great-grandfather when he passed away. I don't see what's so difficult. And because I'm an idiot, I said that, and the world, universe, whatever you believe in, made it happen. And I wasn't so lucky on the next one. To follow up with that, and I promise leading into what I'm talking about. But the next corpse I got to deal with was a gentleman who felt his family had abandoned him, and he lived in less than great housing. So what he had done was taken a and that was one of my first touches into death, and then that was sort of led into the human psyche of if somebody wants something done, they're going to do it. My next one after that was a guy. It doesn't stop there. I mean, you get time after time, high school kid getting stupid, driving too fast on the highway, college student drunk trying to race somebody else and not being able to pass over in time before they smoke a semi. I've had other cops and federal agents and shit. It just in the most gruesome ways. Like there's a notorious Facebook video that cycles of a guy that this is a funny story in a fucked up way, and I'm sorry to put it that way, but there was a Fed pin guard that had spent something, it was something ludicrous, like $50,000 out of his girlfriend or fiance's bank account, and he had some mental problems, and he thought, I'm gonna have to pay her back at some point, but I don't have to. And in this parking lot that got investigated by the FBI, he takes a double-barrel 20 gauge, puts it under his chin, and just slaps both the triggers, and GG. We show up, and I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the fact that I showed up, and there's some paramedics around the car, and they're looking around. They're like, they look around at each other, and they go, "We gotta get in there and check his pulse." Now, I'm just a stupid fucking cop. I get it, but when your memory of your first date, the first boob you touched, the math quiz you took in high school, and what you did for a living before your tax documents took over your life is on the ceiling of your truck, I got a funny feeling you probably don't need to check for a pulse. FBI agreed, my supervisors agreed, the Fed pin agreed, window mask sergeant said, yeah, you need to break that window and check for a pulse. Okay. And that's when I learned that apparently even you, as a citizen, or myself, I don't know if you're an actress or whatever, a normal human being can't walk up to somebody whose head has been attached or detached from their body and go, yeah, he's dead. Apparently that's a doctor's only job. So despite the fact that his face had left his skull, they still said, no, go check for a pulse just to make sure that he's actually dead. Of course, they break the window. He doesn't have a pulse. They wrapped it up. FBI takes over to appreciate our professionalism on one of their own federal employees. Nothing himself. But no, even after all that stuff, man, there's certain things that even being on a SWAT team or being on just regular law enforcement, you try to explain to people, it's hard. It's hard to paint the image in an age where we're all equals. These people that are saying we're racist and we do this, they don't see the stuff we do behind the scene of, hey, you know, what's going on? Well, my wife just threw me out, this is a bunch of bullshit and blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter, white, black, Hispanic, whatever. Okay, cool, dude, look. I get it, I'm human, I'm married, I understand, she's upset. Can I take you somewhere? Can I take you to a... What do you want? You want to go to a sports bar and just hang out for a little bit, you know, cool off? You want to go to a hotel, motel? We can maybe get you a room or the lobby for a few minutes, calm down, all that stuff. But those are like the uphill battles we have to fight. And of course, I'm not here to say that all cops are good. I've met some shitheads. We've actually fired a few from my own department for being domestic batterers or drinking and driving, like the crazy shit. And it's just this never-ending battle of what they perceive as what's right or what's wrong or whatever. And then going back to SWAT a little bit, it kind of falls back on us because if we get called out, we take the brunt of what's going on to a more extreme. Like I mentioned earlier, we are absolutely a life-saving unit. We don't want people to kill themselves. We want people to come out of a crisis, if it's multiple, or whatever the incident is, come home after they've gotten the appropriate treatment and live their lives. We don't want to shoot people. It's like cops training firearms. They always say, well, cops don't train firearms enough. Well, I agree. But again, our goal isn't to go out there and go, license and registration, pow! Oh man, new record. No, that's not what we're out there to do. We're out there to help people. But it's fighting against the narrative, and that's one of the big things, is getting that image change, which we'll probably never be able to do for a few years. Even then, it's just sort of this never-ending roundabout, dealing with what's going on, politics, policy, moving forward what we've got. One of my instructors I had this he was killed on an impromptu, I guess you'd call it, raid on a a murder suspect, and so not the docs myself. Long story short, there was a murder suspect, and they had the opportunity to stop a vehicle while he was alone, and they didn't. The team, I guess you'd call it, let it go. It went to an apartment complex, which was multi-story. Didn't stop him then, and he went inside, and for whatever reason, I don't know if they were trying to figure out what room he went into exactly, or where he was going, or which room specifically, but instead of kind of holding off, getting us on standby, ready to apprehend a subject that we had reason to believe had actually murdered somebody hours beforehand, had no regard for human life. I don't know. It's a speculation. I don't know if somebody ran up to the door to see where he was going. I don't know if they ran up to apprehend him. This part I don't know too much. I just know that he was approached by other officers who tried to stop him, and in the spirit of the moment, he drew the pistol out that he used to kill somebody else and shot at other officers, and the guy that tried to stop him was spared, but the bullet went over his shoulder and hit one of our instructors right in the cheekbone, and it went through his skull, severed his carotid, and just like that, he dropped at the end. His friends tried to bring him back. They tried to drag him away, and more details spared. It obviously wasn't successful. When our team, by the time our team got activated, we knew we were looking for. We found the apartment complex. There was a pool of blood, and one of the team leaders came up just out of a fucking Chainsaw Massacre movie. He was covered in blood from his chest to his feet. He told us what happened. I'm not gonna say what he had said, but he was livid. Yeah, his friend had just been killed in front of him, and he tried to spare him, but it was too late. There's nothing you can do when your carotid is separated from the middle of your skull. And that was sort of my foray, my taste, I guess, into, hey, cops are great. We're here to stop violence. Hey, that was kind of the, I guess you'd call it the first knock of the Grim Reaper on my door. Just a soft reminder that, hey, always here, just waiting. Go ahead. The sands are falling in my hourglass. And the team kind of had to work through it. The poor guy, it's his own business, but he's great at that. We did more time, and I took it seriously. I said, like, okay, I have to take more of this SWAT shit to these guys. I can't have this mistake happen again. I can't have new guys running up to doors getting shot. I can't have these children, these 21-year-olds whose lives are just getting started, going up and just getting killed by these pieces of shit that are waiting for them to answer doors. So I took it more seriously, and I'm teaching new guys more and more. Hey, don't do this. Hey, knock on this side of the door. Hey, do not wait for them to answer the door and stick something out there. Hey, back off a little bit. Keep eyes on your back. Hey, don't do this by yourself. Have this. Have this. Have these tourniquets. Have this med kit. Have this ready. Have a backup plan. Have a friend. Have an escape route. Just all the stuff I can throw out there. I'm getting all these. Yeah, dude, you seem super fucking paranoid from all these new guys coming in, not realizing that the job can be serious. And I start talking with my SWAT guys, and they say, yeah, look, dude, it is what it is. We get it. There's 10 different ways to take a house. 8 of them can be right. 2 of them can be wrong. All we can do is hopefully give these guys this information that they take with them and make themselves better. Going back just for a minute in time. This particular person had family out in Los Angeles who worked and knew some people that managed to get me and another friend into these. We had no business being in there. Like, this school was reserved for, like, Delta operators and SEAL team guys and all this stuff. It was just an awesome thing. Still missing. Died. He had family, and I wanted to treat him just like family. So I've got a friend of mine who's been itching to get on SWAT. He's been deployed to Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. Super good dude. Keep the shirt off his back if he could. He bleeds excellence. He's a good guy. But, so, the day it happened, it was a typical day. You didn't expect anything of it, just like nothing else. Day, you get the phone call for your mother, sister, brother. Your family gets your phone call. It was nothing different. We'd gone out. We were ready for the day. Told my team, hey, you know, I'm going out on shift. I'll let you know. I'll keep the radio busy. Something comes up, I'll activate you guys, and we'll just go get it. As we're going out, we get sent to a bogus call. A little domestic at some bullshit hotel. We're slowly going, because they've already said parties have separated, they're on their way. And it kind of sits with you, you know, like the moment you were there for a major event. Like everybody talks about 9/11, just literally within only hours. Things go through your lights, driving down the road. It was almost insulting how quiet and calm it was. Any unit able to start for the FBI building. We were getting advised of an officer down, shots fired, suspect believed to have maybe been hit in this vehicle that they're in. And I'm sitting there and I have a new guy with me who's almost 10 years my junior. And I can already see him turning white. And I kind of glance over at him and I look at my radio and I go, there's no fucking way that was just put out as quiet as it was.
I asked if there was something they could do about that, and he was just like, no, this isn't something you just take a medication and it fixes it. Being bullied for.
Hi, I'm Leah. I used to be a correctional officer for the state of Florida, for the Florida Department of Corrections. I served at one of the worst prisons in the state of Florida, which is saying something if you know anything about Florida. I had to work night shifts mostly, about damn near 7 days a week because of all the forced overtime they've been wanting us to do. And, you know, my job mainly, on paper, it's to correct inmates so that way they can go back into society a better person. In reality, though, I'm just making sure that they didn't kill each other.
Yep, so my name's, well, I won't give my name, but I'm G. The reason I won't give my name is because I'm currently serving member of Her Majesty's Prison and Probation Service in the UK. I am what's known as an OSG, an operational support grade, so I'm not a prison officer, but I do interact with the prisoners on a regular basis in a Category B local remand centre. The majority of my job revolves around prison operations, so ensuring that food deliveries are made on time, intelligence is gathered from phone calls, mail monitoring, property is issued correctly, prisoners are moved to and from locations safely, driven to hospital or driven to other prisons safely, and the control room is always staffed and monitored. I can agree with quite a lot of my American colleagues' statements there, where the job is to rehabilitate. However, the aim of the game was to make sure they didn't kill themselves or each other or other staff.
What was day-to-day life like at the prison?
I get in at night time, right as the sun was about to go down. So go into work, I clock on, I receive task downs from the person who was in the dorm before me, and I pretty much just sit there and watch the inmates because at this time, basically, all work is done, they've had their yard time, I give them their mail when it's time to give them their mail, and then I do the count with another person, the master count and the standard counts throughout the night, make sure we have everybody. And then in the morning, you know, go back to where I clocked on, I smell the coffee that the morning shift made, then I clock off and go home.
So my average day depends on three things. So on a night shift, it's quite similar. I will surrender my phone, tobacco, vapes, tin foil, batteries, anything that could be deemed as prohibited inside a prison, surrender that all into a mobile phone locker. I'll then proceed through an enhanced gate where I get searched for metallic objects, given a full rub-down search, sniffed by a drugs dog, and then I proceed into the prison, draw my keys, and either go up to one of the wings to begin my night patrol, or I will operate the main gate until a time where we enter a patrol state, where I will then go and monitor phone calls. At night, in a prison, not a nice place to be. All the, I'd say, social prisoners, the ones that fit into prison society, are fast asleep at that point, or chilling out. It's the ones with severe mental health problems or suicide issues that are up all night, causing you problems, ringing their emergency bells, which you have to answer within 2 minutes, keeping you running up and down the stairs all night, every night, for 7 nights straight. But that's only what a night shift looks like. The day shift looks pretty much the same to start off with. I'll go in, get searched, get my keys, and I'll move into whatever duty area I'm in.
What's the worst experience you've had on the job?
Ooh, that's hard, because I've had, I'll start with the one at the very beginning. My first week, no less. First day, they stuck me in a dorm with another officer to train. It was lunchtime, because it was, you know, around the daytime, and it was in the more high security area, so we was letting the inmates out, so that way they could go to lunch. And then I had to watch as one inmate tackled another one to the ground and just started stabbing him repeatedly, because apparently he stole his boyfriend. And I can't make this stuff up. That's the excuse he gave. And then you go on from there to my third week on the job, when I was still new at the time, so I kind of got taken advantage of a little bit. And these inmates, part of a gang, I believe the Crips, I can't remember exactly what gang they were part of, but they were part of a gang. They decided to hold a meeting in my dorm, and it was, again, in the morning time, so it was around the time when inmates were coming to and from jobs or church and stuff, and, you know, I kind of got taken advantage of. But when I tried to restore order, I actually got pushed down, and one of the guard towers had to bring out a warning shot to get everything back in order. That was the first time when I thought, oh my god, I could die here. I could literally die here. And then to the last time, what made me get out was a riot in a night shift. 2 of my guards got caught in the middle of a riot in our high security area, and me, I wouldn't let them go down like that, so I gathered up a group of COs, and we ran right on in there to try to pull them out. You had OC spray going everywhere, tear gas, basically anything we could get our hands on, it was going around, and that's when I took my wounds. Put 2 strings to my right ear, and at that moment I knew I was hit. I didn't know how bad, but I knew that I had to get out. Otherwise, if I went down, I was never going to get back up. We managed to get the COs out. We got everybody out that we could, but at that point somebody showed me that I was hit and I went down, because that's when it all hit at once. After that, you know, I did work in admin for a little bit, but I couldn't force myself to go back to those gates again, so I had to take a discharge.
Have you seen anything like that?
Yeah, it's obviously different in British prisons because there's a lot less prisoners for a start, because we're a smaller country. I think my facility was probably a lower security level than yours, but we still had our fair share of horrific incidents. British prison officers are armed only with a baton and a radio, maybe cuffs if they've been trained on them, which has led to more than one incident I've recalled where staff's been seriously assaulted and hospitalised and life-changing injuries have been caused. A good friend of mine was working down the segregation unit one day, and staff had not told this particular officer, my friend, that a prisoner he was going to unlock was a 3-man unlock. So 3 staff needed to be present while unlocking him because he's a dangerous individual. This prisoner then threw a cup of boiling water into my friend's face, causing him to nearly go blind in one eye and causing him serious burns. But that's not uncommon. I'm aware of other officers that have been stabbed in the back of the neck with broomsticks. An officer in his mid-50s who was beaten so badly he had to be off work for 6 months. Yeah, but that's just staff assaults. I can recall harrowing suicide. There was one prisoner while I was working nights who had hung himself. He was on what we call an ACT, which is, put it shortly, it's a suicide watch document. It tells you how often to check him, and then you have to write a short summary about what happened while you checked him. So he was asleep, or he appeared to be asleep on his left-hand side, breathing noted. He was due 4 observations a night, so he was observed at the first roll count at about 9 o'clock. He was then due to be observed again at midnight, which is when we found him. Between 9 and midnight, he'd hung himself, and he was very dead when we found him, blue and stiff. Kind of came to a standstill, really, and then training kicks in, tried to resuscitate, called an ambulance, opened the prison back up to get an ambulance crew inside. Once they couldn't resuscitate him, it was on to the police for a minor investigation to make sure there was no foul play involved, and then our governor had to go and tell his family. The worst bit about that was, though, that the parents of this man who killed himself were almost fine with it because she'd lost 2 other sons to suicide in other prisons, and I thought that's quite a harrowing experience to go through, that someone could kill themselves, their son could kill themselves, and you know, just a part of life.
You were nodding. You've seen things like this before, I take it, Leah?
Suicides, ODs, murders, it almost became a part of what eventually you just learn to tune it out, to push it down.
How do you cope with stuff like that?
Not very well. Tends to be smoking, drinking. I can't blame the job for everything that's wrong with my life, but it has ruined quite a lot of the relationships that I've had, especially with working hours and things like that. You know, you don't see your friends anymore. All you have is your colleagues. Your colleagues become your friends. You're all fucked up from what you've seen. So it just goes around this repetitive cycle where day after day you're getting worse, but so are your colleagues. It's kind of uplifting in that way, but you know, you don't realise how damaged you are until you hung a uniform for that.
It affects you in different ways. Like you said, smoking, drinking. It's one thing they will ever tell you about when you go to sign up or you go to orientation is how bad this job can affect you. Even now, I still deal with some of that in my head, especially when I work at my current job sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know how it was in US prisons, but management in UK prisons is famously bad. They give absolute 0 fucks about the staff. They will berate you, they will abuse you, they will force you to work past your contract hours by calling them operational emergency. You know, they've had me on occasions freeze the gate, which means I put the gate keys away and no one can leave the facility until the orderly officer has told me that I can release the gates. It's just a continuing cycle of abuse. They don't give a shit about you because they don't want you to be in the job for more than 5 years because they don't want to pay your pension.
It's different for us. Some sergeants, some officers for us, they're good people. My night shift captain, he would always look out for us. He'd always make sure we were doing fine. And if we needed to take a mental day because of what we've seen, he'd always approve it for us because he knows how bad it is because he's still on the floor. He does the patrols as well. He does the guarding as well. So he knows what it's like. But then you go into major up to warden, and that's what it comes in. Because, you know, they don't really give a shit. They just want to keep the prison running, and they don't care if you're fucked up. They don't care if you really need to sleep. I've seen people do 48-hour shifts because of this, alright? And at that point, past 48, you're just so exhausted to where they just go into the car and they just pass out. And then
I can't imagine someone who's been working for 48 hours can do their job right. You know?
Ask 25 hours.
So many examples. I think I'll say the same thing as you said. It tends to be more towards the senior management. So your governors or your assistant governors, deputy governors. Your uniform grades typically are all right. There's one or two that are just cunts, but you'd be all right with uniformed, yeah. But the thing is, with the governors, they've got no excuse to be that way. They started in uniform, they went up through the ranks into their suits, but all of a sudden it stopped becoming getting the job done, it became getting their bonuses.
That's how it is with wardens over here, you know. They start from the bottom and go all the way to the top. They're in their suit. Now they get to live near the prison with a fancy ass house with probably really good internet, and it becomes, they don't care about us. They just care about making sure that prison runs, making sure they get the bonuses and all the likes.
I guess it makes sense in a way that with so much power over so many people, you know, they say absolute power corrupts absolutely. If there's any job that would make that happen, it would be that.
Yeah, it's so out of the public sphere of knowledge. In the UK we have the Official Secrets Act, which means anything the governor says is secret. So a lot of the stuff that I could talk about I can't because it's under the Official Secrets Act. You know, it's out of the public view, so they think they can get away with more. Let's say a similar agent to the police. The police is in the public sphere. They're constantly being watched, recorded, audited, whereas the prisons are independent, run as and when they like.
The people that could touch us was the Attorney General's office for the state of Florida, and even then they definitely did not want to do that.
Because, yeah, we've got an agency called HMRP, which is Her Majesty's Inspector of Prisons. We get inspected by them once a year, and every year we get the same abysmal result because we are a terrible prison. We're unhygienic. There's rats, cockroaches everywhere. You know, the prisoners are harming themselves in record numbers because they're locked away for 23 hours a day. I'm not saying that should change because that's made it work a lot safer. But every year we get the same shitty score, and every year they threaten to close us, but we know they won't because where are they going to put the prisoners? Where are they going to put anyone who gets remanded in our area? There's no motivation to do our job.
I know in America there are private prisons. Leo, was the prison you worked in public or private?
The prison I worked in was public. It was owned by the state. I have trained private prison correctional officers before. I've met a few who were in my field training class there for my first 3 weeks, and they get better pay, they get better benefits, and it's like, at first it made me think like, what the hell am I doing here? But unlike them, I get a union, so if anything were to happen where I needed the union, I would have that covering me. I wouldn't be covering myself.
Yeah, we have, I'm trying to think how many it is, I think it's three main private prison companies that run a few prisons in the UK. We have Serco, G4S and Sodexo. They're the 3 companies that are allowed to run private prisons in the UK. Notoriously poor prisons. They are understaffed because they cut corners to make a profit. You know, it's not just the management that wants their bonuses, it's the company as well, so you get no support. You know, some of the staff aren't armed, they don't get batons, they're overcrowded, underfunded, full of drugs, full of phones. Staff corrupt, staff paid nothing. It just makes the job more dangerous for the rest of us.
I could go on a tangent about stories I've heard, things I've seen. It's like, we have notorious middle of their shift. The local police will advise potential. You will then take that person and strip them of the uniform all the way down to the officers and then we will march them right out the gates. And we do not care who's watching.
It's a little different in the UK. You probably won't find out a staff member's corrupt until they've disappeared. You will be talking to someone one day, a couple of days later they'll be gone, and you won't know why. You won't see him again until you see him in the local news for being charged. I can think of one recently where a prisoner was messaging a female member of staff on Facebook with a mobile phone in his cell. This staff member knew he had a mobile phone, did nothing about it. She went off to join another prison as a prison officer. All of a sudden, one day, disappeared. No one saw her because she'd been sacked, dragged into the police station, charged, was informed never to associate with prison staff again.
If you ever think about doing this job, the one important thing that you need to learn to do is to say no. Because unless it's a medical emergency, you can say no. You say no, shut the fuck up, and get the fuck out of my face, inmate. Because believe me, if you do that 90% of the time, they will learn and they will stop fucking with you.
If I could say one thing about the UK's prison service, don't expect training, don't expect support. You're on your own. You may have some good colleagues around you, but they won't always be there. They'll either find better jobs or they'll get sacked for doing their job properly. Don't expect anything. Just do the best you can. It's an honourable career. Don't feel ashamed to do it, but just don't get your hopes up.
Has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
This is the liver, and this is what happens when someone punches you in the liver. A well-placed shot to the liver, even one that's not particularly hard, can put you in excruciating pain. If you've yet to experience this sensation in your life, well, consider yourself fortunate. A blow to the liver, whether a punch, a knee, or a swift kick, will likely leave you incapacitated. In addition to the agonizing pain, you'll feel breathless, fatigued. Your legs may give out from under you. It's not a matter of willpower or how big or tough you are. A swift shot to the liver will shut your body down. So why does this happen? Why is your liver so vulnerable? If we compare the liver shot to, say, the head shot, you can see that they're both extremely devastating. They both target a vulnerable part of the body, yet the effects of these strikes are actually quite different. When you see professional tough guys like Donald Cowboy Cerrone take a multitude of shots to the head without blinking, only to collapse when they're struck by a single blow to the body, it seems kind of strange. However, the thing is, when it comes to headshots, well, they don't really hurt, at least not in the moment. When you get knocked in the head, you become disoriented, but you don't necessarily process the pain. This is the opposite of a liver shot, where your mind is actually clear, but your body has completely shut down. Now let's take a closer look at the liver to really understand what's going on. This reddish-brown wedge-shaped organ is the liver. It's located on the right side of the body, below the diaphragm and overlying the gallbladder. It's the largest and heaviest internal organ in the human body, weighing about 1.5 kilograms. This is about 2.5% of an adult human's body weight. The liver is responsible for many important functions, including the detoxification of harmful substances, protein synthesis, nutrient storage, and the production of biochemicals necessary for digestion. It's one of the most vital organs in the body. If your liver fails and you don't get a liver transplant, you die. According to a 2013 study on blunt liver injuries, if a healthy adult male were to take a direct liver punch to the side of the abdomen with a minimum punch speed of 5 meters per second, it would be enough to cause liver injury. To put this in perspective, the average adult male is likely capable of punching at a speed of 6 meters per second, with estimates of pro boxers or MMA fighters punching over twice that. Here you can see the extent of liver damage caused by a 6 meter per second liver punch. A comparison of the simulated result on the right with the victim on the left shows the severity of such an injury. A perfectly placed liver shot with even moderate power and speed could rupture a liver. This is a fight between former UFC heavyweight champion Bas Rutten, an expert in liver shots, and Jason DeLucia. This shot right here is the famous shot that ruptured DeLucia's liver. Okay, injury or not, the liver shot is still going to take you out, at least temporarily. And the cause of this sudden paralysis isn't just due to extreme pain. Physiologically, there's actually more going on. When a punch initially lands on the liver, there are dynamic pressure changes in the organ itself. The liver is flexible, it's pliable, so if one side of the liver gets compressed with a punch, the other side will get stretched. There are a lot of nerve fibers in the capsule around the liver, linking it directly to the autonomic nervous system. So as the liver gets compressed and stretched from the impact, you get nerve signals that move along this pathway. The part of the nervous system that controls involuntary actions is the autonomic nervous system, or ANS. Now, the longest nerve of the ANS is the vagus nerve, and when this gets stimulated, a series of events start to unfold. First, there's a sudden dilation or widening of blood vessels all over your body, with the exception of the brain. Normally when this happens, your heart rate increases to maintain blood pressure to the cardiovascular system. But in this case, the stimulation of the vagal nerve network causes a decrease in heart rate. This happens at the same time as the dilation of blood vessels, so the blood pressure drops dramatically. In a last-ditch effort to control the blood pressure and maintain blood flow to the brain, since the functioning brain is vital for life, the body tries to force itself into a horizontal or supine position. This survival tactic is the reason for the collapse, and if the liver shot is severe enough, you can also lose consciousness. In a professional fight setting, all of this is amplified due to the additional elements of pain, stress, and dehydration from the weight cut. Now, you may be asking yourself why this doesn't seem to happen with other internal organs, but the truth is, it does. Many organs are susceptible in the same way. It's just that with the liver being the largest organ in the abdomen and situated in a relatively precarious position that is protruding slightly from under the ribcage, it becomes a larger and more exposed target. The kidneys, in comparison, are a lot less vulnerable due to the surrounding muscle mass as well as being hidden well within the ribcage. As we've evolved over time, the role of the liver has increased in importance, leading to an increase in size. Why the ribcage didn't expand to fully protect the liver, a vital organ, remains unclear. But as we all know, the human body isn't a perfect system. At the end of the day, if you get punched in the liver, you will go down. But as defenseless as you may feel, perhaps there's still a chance that you're the one who will deliver the final blow. Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed this topic, and if you've ever been punched or kicked in the liver, tell us about it in the comments below. Give this video a thumbs up, share it, and if you want to learn more about the fascinating liver, you can go ahead and check out the KenHub website. Alright guys, until next time.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Enemy killing spree. Shut down. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing. Has been slain. An ally has been slain. down. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Shut down. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. His inhibitor is respawning soon.